Chapter 276, Chapter 273. Different eras have different rules. Using Infinity Gauntlet and doing that snap was actually a great burden for Thanos. The 6 stones weren't extraordinary, so the holder must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, it would only cause a disaster. Red Skull held the tesseract he dreamed of but was transported to the planet of Vormir by the Space Stone. The ether particles couldn't be destroyed, and at the same time, they would absorb the host's life and torment the mortal Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend, to death. As a descendant of the gods, Star-Lord was almost turned into ash by the Power Stone. If it weren't for dancing and sharing the harm, his whole person would be lost, but this may be a good thing. Iron Man and others might have grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet without the punch and beating his teammates, bringing everything to a successful conclusion. Back to the topic, the above examples were enough to prove it. There was absolutely no good end if ordinary people tried to get their hands on the Infinity Stones. Not to mention the use of 6 stones all at once, erasing the very existence of life and matter. Ha ha, destiny is mine. Thanos maintained the rigid gesture of raising his left hand high and snapping his fingers. The left half of his body looked like charred wood. Flesh and blood seemed to be reduced to carbon, without any vitality. In the chest below, 2 big holes broke open. Heat vision, which ran through him, evaporated flesh and blood, burning 2 terrible wounds. Thanos, who had only half life left, snapped his fingers and directly declared his own death. He really felt that his vitality slowly flowed out of his body like an open faucet. Ha ha, this is the end game. Although he had 1 foot in the grave and was about to die, Thanos didn't care. He just looked at Superman, standing like a mountain, with a smile from the corner of his mouth. I successfully erased Superman's existence and then destroyed 6 stones. The reality of this universe can no longer be changed. Thinking that the mission was still fulfilled, Thanos seemed content and weakly leaned against a pile of stones. He still succeeded. At the same time, the superheroes who saw the snap were aghast. The last snap that erased half of the life in the universe had brought them a lingering psychological shadow. This time, would they also lose Superman? The desperation that struck in an instant shrouded in the hearts of the Avengers. WH. What should we do? Iron Man was at a loss. After seeing Thanos' power with the 6 stones, he couldn't think of anyone that could stand up to that guy other than Superman. No matter what, we must stop Thanos from destroying the Infinity Stones. Captain America restrained his fragile emotions. His eyes became firm. Although he hadn't known Luke for long, he could see all the sacrifices made by the other party. Even if he gave his life, he had to resist Thanos and sacrifice everything to rewrite the final outcome. This kind of spirit was simply moving. He's the real superhero. Captain America thought so. That's right. Prevent Thanos from destroying the Infinity Stones. Thor glanced at Carol, who was returning to the team, looked at each other, and prepared to go deep into the battlefield. But before they could act, a blue light faintly lit up. The space suddenly ripped apart, directly swallowing the unprepared superheroes into it. Now, no one can stop me anymore. Thanos dropped his left hand and used the Space Stone to teleport the Avengers and others away. He and Superman are the only ones left on the planet. The planet was covered with destruction. The violent vibration and erupting pillar of fire didn't go away just because the fighting had stopped. This garden, which was originally used for retirement, seemed to have experienced a terrible catastrophe, prompting the end. When the 6 stones collided with heat vision, the terrifying aftermath was generated, turning it into a tidal wave of energy that annihilated matter. Not only would the surrounding area be turned into a death zone, but the powerful force would also penetrate the thick and hard lithosphere and reach the outer core, triggering high-intensity plate movements. In the foreseeable future, dense clouds would cover the sky, and the planet would eventually crumble and collapse as the planet's crust continued to shake for hundreds of years. Like burning out the last flame from coal, there was a huge explosion. Then it died out and turned into dust. "Don't you have any last words to say?" Thanos withdrew his thoughts and asked softly. He thought Superman would feel a little scared. After all, no matter how powerful a creature was, it was difficult to face death calmly. It was the end of everything when the mind stood still, and the heart stopped beating. His whole existence would be erased, and the soul would return to eternal darkness. But reality surprised Thanos. Superman looked calm as if nothing had happened. He walked slowly and calmly. "I admire your determination to sacrifice your life and fulfill your mission, and respect your attitude of trying every means to defeat the enemy." Luke looked down and faintly said so. "But what you have done is useless." Meeting the cold eyes without the slightest emotion, Thanos's purple face had a look of shock. "What are you talking about?" "The 6 stones are the embodiment of the rules of this universe. They can rewrite reality, erase matter, and even pass through time and space, reversing the future." He gasped. It seemed to be an explanation, but it also seemed to be an argument. Superman's calm attitude made Thanos inexplicably aware that something was wrong. "You seem to forget that I said I neither belonged to the future nor existed in the past." The corners of Luke's mouth rose up, revealing a gentle smile. But to Thanos, it seemed so cruel. "You mean?" A big question mark appeared on the purple potato's head. Then, a mental light flashed. Thanos's eyes looked shocked as if he had guessed the answer that he didn't want to believe. The Infinity Gauntlet's erasing snap didn't work. Considering the possibility, Thanos immediately raised his left hand. He temporarily didn't think about why this was happening and was ready to snap his fingers again. The 6 stones were glowing, the cosmic energy surged, and a violent collision was about to occur. Zing! Crimson beams of light swept by. That purple left arm was thrown up high and then fell. The 6-colored light was bursting out, losing the power provided by the holder, instantly dulled. "I don't want to take another trip in the time machine and beat you up again." Luke shook his head. He rarely gave the enemy a chance to turn over and escape. His mind moved slightly, and the cracked Infinity Gauntlet shattered and disintegrated. The 6 stones slowly floated and fell into his hands. The violent energy was like a volcanic eruption, confined to his palm. The opposing yet interdependent cosmic energies were like some kind of living organism that wanted to break free. "Be quiet." Luke clenched his right hand and held the 6 stones tightly. Boom! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the 6-colored light was wrapped in a terrifying power. Then, the Infinity Stones dimmed, and their brilliance faded. "That's much better," Luke said with a smile. Thanos, who witnessed this scene, was transfixed. "Who the hell are you?" The Titan, who was on the verge of dying, looked at Superman as if he was returning to life. He couldn't understand why the erasing snap of Infinity Gauntlet would fail. What's more, he didn't understand why the other party could hold the 6 stones with his bare hands, without using any equipment. None of this made any sense. Take these questions and return to the embrace of death. Luke didn't answer. Heat vision swept through, cutting off the purple potato's head. I'm sorry, but you probably didn't know that the Infinity Stones could only work on the settings of their own universe. In every universe of different numbers, there were Infinity Stones. Sometimes there were more than 6 of them. It was like the Ego Gem, split by Nemesis. There was a pink gem named Rhythm Gem, and the Anthony Gem in Iron Man's brain. There was also the independent universe where Deadpool was located, which had a continuity stone. And so on, each had different functions. Want to use the Earth 199,999 Infinity Gauntlet to erase Superman, who came from Earth 1024. You want to use the rule of this era to lord over another era. How could that be possible? 6 at hand, time to snap my fingers. Luke spread out his palms, looking at the Infinity Stone of different colors, and spoke with satisfaction. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 277, Chapter 274 Avengers, you should be the one to decide who snaps their fingers. Hey, Tony, be careful. You can't put it in until you align it. Come on, Banner, have some faith in me. I can't possibly put it in incorrectly. I can see your fingers are shaking. It's inevitable that you'll be nervous the first time. I completely understand that you can't afford any accidents at such a critical time. Banner, if you could just shut up and give me some peace and quiet, I'm sure it would definitely make my work more productive. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, in the laboratory. Iron Man operated the robot arm, constantly adjusting its position. Dr. Banner was holding a tablet computer, entering various data, and sketching an internal structure model. Due to the disintegration of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Avengers had to create a new device to contain the 6 gems by themselves. Naturally, this kind of task belonged to the scientific research team's 2 top strengths, Iron Man and Dr. Banner. I don't understand. How did Luke manage to avoid Thanos' snap? Dr. Banner chatted while he worked. Ever since they learned that Thanos had died and got his just deserts, the nervous and heavy inner emotions of the superheroes gradually relaxed. As Luke told them before, the best way to face fear was to overcome it. The Cosmic Overlord, who wiped out half of the life in the universe and defeated the Avengers, had finally collapsed. This also meant that the crisis encountered by human beings on Earth and the cosmic civilization of the universe had ended. It's just that they were sent away in the end. The superheroes didn't see how Luke resolved Thanos and got the 6 Infinity Stones. According to Luke himself, it probably means that he doesn't belong to this universe. Iron Man frowned slightly, gazing at the 6 stones placed on the mechanical arm, and grimaced. It's like an auto-assembly line that could only destroy what was produced on its own line with a production date and a label on it. As an outsider, Luke wasn't influenced by the Infinity Stones. Dr. Banner appeared to be somewhat confused by this and asked very critically, but at the moment Luke entered this universe, his existence became a fact. If something that isn't from this universe could ignore the effect of the Infinity Stones, suppose I find a dog from Luke's universe, then, even if Thanos snapped his fingers a few times, he wouldn't be able to kill the dog. Iron Man shrugged his shoulders, stopped the work at hand, thought for a few seconds, and replied, This should also relate to the level of the universe and the issue of personal strength. What do you mean by the level of the universe? Dr. Banner scratched his head. During this time, the ones who had more contact with Luke were mainly Tony, Thor, and Captain Rogers. If we're talking about personal interaction, at most we can add one more person, Carol, Captain Marvel. You can think of the universe as a box, and when we open the one we are in, we will find a bigger box on it. Iron Man was very interested in the box theory Luke mentioned casually and continued. Some people have divided these boxes into different grades, linked to the strength of those unimaginable ancient beings themselves. In a word, Thanos could snap his fingers to erase a puppy of another universe, but he can't even touch the existence of Superman. If you have to explain it scientifically, what's the saying? Oh, yes. When things don't work out, that's quantum mechanics. You take the Infinity Gauntlet being able to erase life as a fundamental fact. In fact, the 6 stones interfere with quantum time and space to delete the existence of individuals, thus making someone disappear in the real world. Luke's existence isn't located in the current quantum space-time. He's too large, so deleting all his data is too problematic. Dr. Banner gave an audible "oh" and seemed to understand. These days, if you put the word quantum mechanics in front of anything, it would immediately highlight the extraordinary high-level characteristic. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "Tony, what do you think the original ending of this universe was?" "Who knows? The magician Strange mentioned that out of the 14 million possible futures he saw, we only won once." Iron Man joked with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "Now that I think about it, Superman may represent the one that Strange was talking about. No matter what, this is the best ending we could possibly get." Dr. Banner nodded silently with a smile on his face. "I now realize that being a superhero of Midgard is even more troublesome than being a good king of Asgard." In the office lobby of S.H.I.E.L.'s headquarters, Thor complained. It was their 5th day back on Earth from outer space, and Iron Man and Dr. Banner were responsible for building the new gauntlet. The rest of the superheroes came forward to stabilize people's hearts and maintain the nearly collapsed social order in various countries. Compared with the former, the latter's work seemed easier. Actually, it wasn't. What would happen when the world lost half of its population? First of all, some criminals would appear among those survivors. They began to act recklessly, taking away the goods in stores and supermarkets. Drive away high-end cars that they couldn't afford before, smash the windows of clothing stores, and wear expensive fashionable clothes. As this group grew in size, gradually, anarchy began to spread. Another small group of people, seeing that everyone else was doing it, would unconsciously cling to the larger group of people. Just like Gustave Le Bon's book The Crowd, which described once an individual becomes a member of a group, he will no longer take responsibility for what he does, and everyone will reveal their unconstrained side. The consequences of the collapse of social order were very serious. These days, the superheroes were busy being firefighters, giving speeches on TV stations, and cracking down on many rising gangs and international terrorist organizations. Whether it was a large country, or a small country, each citizen was one of the many parts of the machine. The loss of a screw or a gear might keep it running. But losing half was equivalent to a screeching halt. That's for sure. As a king, all you have to do is lean on your throne and accept the worship of your people. Captain America had just finished a White House meeting and looked slightly tired, saying, "And to be a superhero, one must obey the law and uphold the moral rules he believes in." Yesterday afternoon, I saw some children in Brooklyn. They broke the window of a store with baseball bats. Then they carried away 2 TVs and video games. I tried to stop them, but I saw a lot of people behind them. They were like a swarm of locusts that swept through the store. At that time, I didn't know what to do. Send all these people to jail, or kick and punch them as we did with the German soldiers in World War II. Captain America leaned against his chair with a weak smile on his mouth. That's nothing. I was in Los Angeles the day before yesterday. Those survivors who weren't erased took to the streets and thought that since half of the population disappeared, the country should allocate the remaining resources to the public, so everyone could enjoy more benefits. War Machine lamented. Clearly, it should be a very sad thing to see so many people lose their families and friends. The funerals haven't even started yet, and everyone hasn't had time to mourn. Instead, they can't wait to divide the property. Captain America was surprised, adding, "It's a crazy world." Various religious organizations have mushroomed, claiming that they were fully responsible for the disappearance of half of the world's population. All of this was done by the gods they believed in, who sent down their wrath to punish mankind for their evil deeds. What's funny is that before we even start the crackdown, these guys are fighting over who should be responsible. Black Widow took a sandwich out of the microwave, bit into it, and vaguely said, "Everything is out of order." We can only hope that Tony and Banner can finish the gauntlet as soon as possible. By the way, we also need someone to snap their fingers, not an easy task. The superheroes sitting in the hall were silent for a moment. Then Thor, who was binge-eating a bucket of ice cream, volunteered. Perhaps it was because his enemy, Thanos, had died. He was recently relaxed, fascinated with all kinds of fast food, alcoholic drinks, and best-selling games on Earth. Rocket Raccoon, who lived next door to him, could hear Thor cursing his teammates or opponents online every day. Usually, his skills were too poor and would be rejected and ridiculed, and then the two sides would curse at each other. Fortunately, there was no real park offline for the time being. Otherwise, in that game called Fortnite, a message will surely begin to spread: never provoke violent players. Whose ID was Thor, the god of thunder. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than me in this room. Thor dug out a spoonful of ice cream and spoke confidently. As the strongest Avenger, the son of Odin, only I can do this. Snap. Rocket Raccoon adjusted the position of the clothes on his chest. Hey Thor, did you know that Banner, who's working on the gauntlet right next door, is the most powerful Avenger? I have heard that the Hulk beat you up on Sakaar, that Grandmaster's planet. There were videos on the Intergalactic Forum about the Contest of Champions. Thor glared at Rocket Raccoon. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Captain Marvel. The other party, as a female representative, came out at this time. Despite the fact that she was blasted far away by the Power Stone when facing Thanos and had been down since then. But this kind of thing, she couldn't just leave it to the men. This was very wrong. I have withstood an explosion from a light-speed engine and then survived. I also have that kind of power in my body. Carol raised her fist and said, "So, maybe the task of snapping should be given to me. If we have to sacrifice someone, let me do it." Captain America's ideological awareness was no less than that of the others. Just when the group of people was arguing, the silent Nebula said, "I don't think you need to discuss this. Superman was the one who defeated Thanos and disregarded the erasing snap. He's obviously more suitable than anyone else." That seems reasonable. The rest of them thought about it for a while, but indeed, they couldn't find a more qualified executor than Superman. "Where's Luke?" Captain America scanned around. He didn't see the biggest contributor in saving the world and the universe. He said he was going to see an old friend. Carol answered. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 278, Chapter 275 New Templates, Universe Coordinates. Main Quest, 6 Infinity Stones, the end of the singular universe. Requirements, collect the 6 Infinity Stones. 6/6. Reward, the Devastator, card. Status, completed. Luke clenched his fists subconsciously, feeling the mighty power of the new card. The only advantage of coming to this universe was probably that he got the 6 Infinity Stones ahead of time and completed the quest that could only be realized in the later stage. The Devastator, in fact, is not a Superman who exists in a parallel universe. It came from the dark multiverse from the set next door, Bruce Wayne of Earth 1. Just like every parallel universe, Superman and Batman always had entanglements. They are sometimes close friends, sometimes deadly enemies, sometimes a wealthy person and a small-time reporter who slept in the same bed. The same was true of Superman and Batman on Earth 1. The former darkened for unknown reasons, destroying the Justice League with his own hands and erasing the biggest siren in his heart, Lois Lane. The latter injected himself with the Doomsday virus, the super creature that killed Kryptonian people in order to fight against the frenzied Superman. Thus, the Devastator was born. It possessed Batman's fighting ability and way of thinking, as well as the powerful strength and terrible body of Doomsday. It could also spread viruses and make others become like him. The only regret, or perhaps imperfection, was that the Devastator didn't inherit the characteristics of Doomsday, which was difficult to kill and constantly evolving. And, as the virus penetrated into the body and completely changed the body, the host would experience a decrease in logic. Even though Batman claimed to be the brain of the Justice League, his IQ dropped rapidly at speed visible to the naked eye after becoming the Devastator. Although Luke didn't know why this card appeared in Superman's Krypton gift package, it didn't hinder his happy mood in receiving this reward. The data panel that didn't appear for a long time and hadn't been updated become completely new. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Super Demon, uncovered skin, the Devastator, uncovered skin. Level, LV2. Ability, Nature Extraction, active. Bioforce Field, active. Flight, active. Heat Vision, active. Doomsday Virus, active. Psychic Immunity, passive. Stellar Energy, passive. Logic Decrease, passive. Self-Healing Max, passive. Reputation, 2020-626. Achievement, Legendary Man. These two skins will probably never be used again. Luke had never used the Super Demon and Devastator skin, mainly because their appearance was too ferocious. One was burning with magic flames, like a taller, stronger evil knight. One was full of grey and white hard bone spikes, like a high-grade version of the Abomination. Thinking about it, it was easier to accept Superman's original skin. Master Ancient One, we meet again. After loading the new card, he simply adapted to the upgraded body data. Then, he opened a portal to the New York Sanctum. The spirit of the Ancient One was seated on a futon, with a brown and red coffee table in front of her. Without any movement from the other side, the boiling tea turned into a stream of water, slowly floating into her teacup. The huge disaster that swept across the universe would have lasted for a long time, but you shortened the time from 5 years to half a month. The Ancient One smiled. I prepared 2 sets of plans. Luke picked up the teacup, pretended to blow it twice, and then gulped it down. Because of the butterfly effect, the first plan was meaningless, entering the quantum field with PYM particles, then collecting the 6 stones and doing another snap, which is based on Thanos destroying the Infinity Stones. But instead of doing so, he wanted to obliterate the Avengers and rewrite his own dark ending. Then I had to improvise and enable the second plan. To sum up the above passage, it probably means, I originally wanted to muddle through the plot, but Thanos took the initiative to deliver his head and equipment. The corner of the Ancient One's mouth twitched, digressing. Luke, although you saved this universe, in a way, you also changed the original course of the future. Tony Stark shouldn't have continued to exist. And Natasha Romanoff. Luke put the teacup back on the table and pouted, isn't this a good thing? The superheroes survived, their families and friends were brought back, and those lost lives were returned to the universe again. A happy ending for the whole family. Everyone will love it. Because of his appearance and intervention, the wonderful story of the Avengers would continue in this universe. Iron Man didn't have to pay a terrible price for the snap. Black Widow didn't have to sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone. Thor didn't become a fat guy either. Well, that was still uncertain. Seeing his leisurely life of overeating, indulging in carbohydrates and high-calorie food, and playing games on the sofa all day, it looked like the 8-pack abdominal muscles would turn into a 1-pack after some time. That's true, but sudden, unknown changes often lead to unpredictable results. The Ancient One mused. She didn't mean to accuse Luke but was just worried about the future with so many variables because of her professional habits. That's what Strange should be considering and worrying about. You're retired, Master Ancient One. Luke cleared his throat and reminded. The current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj was Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. In the not-too-distant future, no matter what disaster occurred, it was a problem that the other party had to face and solve. Oh, you're right. It's probably because I've been in Sorcerer Supreme's position for a long time. I always look at things from a long-term perspective and see the trajectory of things changing and moving forward, which has made me a very boring person. The Ancient One laughed at herself. I hope Strange can avoid this problem. A serious, rigid, and disciplined Sorcerer Supreme isn't very popular. Luke nodded approvingly and whispered, Master Ancient One, I completed the terms of the transaction. In return, shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? After chatting for a while, he finally cut to the chase. This is what you want. The Ancient One was not a character who liked to drag things out or act reluctant except when it came to dimensional demons. That's called digging for benefits. As the Sorcerer Supreme who protected the Earth and maintained order, why couldn't she borrow some power from Cyttorak, Dormammu, and Cthulhu? This was to serve mankind better and protect this beautiful planet under their feet. As to when to pay off the debts. Sorry. If they have the ability, they can ask to collect it on their own. Otherwise, let's not talk about it. Avoiding debts, relying on debts, and owing debts in various ways were all compulsory courses that every Sorcerer Supreme must learn. By the way, I must remind you. When the Ancient One handed the coordinate data of this universe to Luke, She seemed to think of something, adding, "The spatial and temporal transmission across the universe must be modeled and projected correctly. Otherwise, it's likely that accidents will happen." Like what? Luke looked at the hazy glow on the table, reached in, and pieces of data poured into his mind. "Getting lost or ending up in the wrong place." The Ancient One answered. The former was getting lost in the chaos of time and space. That was very dangerous. Complicated timelines and cosmic boxes that exist in parallel and influence each other could cause a person to lose their way and never find their way home. As for the latter, it was literal. For example, after leaving Earth 199,999, Luke may end up somewhere else if the calculation was wrong. It's like a all-new, all-different universe after the big event, Secret Wars, was restarted. Or a virus outbreak. All the superheroes became cannibal demons in the zombie universe. There were countless parallel universes like that. Some were wonderful, and some were terrible. The Axis won, and Captain Britain was born, leading everyone to launch a rebellion in the Earth 597 universe. In the matriarchal world, Universe Earth 715, where 90% of the men on the Earth were killed. Natasha Stark, the female version of Iron Man, tied the knot with Captain America on Earth 3490 and successfully realized the dreams of people shipping them together. Such a strange world. I won't let accidents happen. Luke stood up. He only wanted to return to his own Earth 1024 universe and had no plans to be a wandering traveler. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 279, Chapter 276 Thor, fried chicken and beer go together. Luke directly returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base after leaving the New York sanctum. The normal order of this world was already facing a collapse. Either they were smashing, looting and burning, and letting evil breed. Or taking to the streets and chanting for democracy and freedom. Originally, coming here was already a hard trip. Still, he also wanted to take some time to look around and communicate with the super-heroines for the process of species reproduction and the collision of human feelings. And when he could visit the 9 realms, only 8 were left now. Asgard had been destroyed. However, he found that the Avengers were busy and there was chaos worldwide, so he lost this interest. "Hey, Thor, why is it beer with fried chicken again? How bad is the food in Asgard that you don't get tired of eating this fast food every day?" Luke opened a portal and saw Thor nesting in the single-seater sofa, watching a game's live broadcast while eating the fried chicken in his arms. Next to it, there were pizza boxes thrown out and soda bottles that had been drunk, which had been stacked into a small hill. Fortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base had intelligent cleaning robots produced by Stark Industries and a first-class air circulation system. Otherwise, other Avengers would definitely complain about Thor and express their dislike for his personal hygiene. "I've enjoyed a lot of food. The 1,000-year-old Asgard's roast venison with honey was a unique taste, and the dwarf's special cuisine, the legendary neutron star barbecue, is even more famous in the universe." Thor drank tons and tons of beer. The alcohol content was negligible for him, and he simply drank it like water. Really? It sounds like there's nothing to praise besides barbecue. Luke smiled and poked at it mercilessly. Asgard was technologically advanced, with unique rune technology and the Bifrost, a planet-crushing weapon. But their civilization was stuck in the medieval period of the Earth. Both entertainment and leisure life was lacking. In addition to duels, drama performances, baby-making activities, no more interesting things could be found. Thor, you may not know, compared with fast food such as fried chicken, hamburgers, and burritos, the food culture in the East is more prosperous. Luke was like the host of a TV show, showing Thor, who had only eaten barbecue and had a rather poor understanding of food. When it comes to eating, I have to mention China. There are 8 major cuisines, which can be divided into stir-fried, pan-fried, boiling, deep-fried, and so on. If you could accept it, there are a lot of varieties and various dishes. Eating one a day, you wouldn't eat the same thing in a year. The latter was biting a chicken leg, and his handsome face revealed a silly expression of "I don't understand what you're saying, but I think it's awesome. So, where can I eat it?" Thor asked urgently. As an Asgard with noble blood, he was a god in the eyes of ordinary people, and he had the desire to chase after any exceptional things. These were not limited to just wine, food, beautiful women, powerful artifacts, and his younger brother Loki. "After I put on the Infinity Gauntlet and snap my fingers to bring back all the lives that have disappeared, you can go to Kamatage and find a master named Wong," Luke replied. Master Wong, Strange's minion, wasn't only proficient in occultism, medicine, and martial arts but also a good cook. "Wait. We haven't decided on who would snap their fingers yet. You seem confident." Thor snorted and spoke in a weak voice. Although the Avengers had no objection to Superman doing the snap, he was bent on proving himself and taking this opportunity. This may seem incomprehensible to outsiders. Putting on the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping their fingers wasn't a particularly pleasant task. Even if they were as powerful as Thanos, they would still suffer heavy losses and would need to pay a tragic price. Not to mention other people. But in the eyes of the Avengers, the ability to do something for the world, and even the universe, was actually some kind of mission with a sense of sacredness. It was as if Thanos insisted that he was doing a good deed in essence by destroying half of the life on each planet and conquering one world after another. Are you going to do it yourself? I'd like to remind you that your strong axe-wielding arm, after wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping your fingers, might not even be able to chop wood later. You could only sharpen pencils for Banner. Luke joked. He didn't have the ideological consciousness of sacrificing himself for the whole world and universe. If he had to pay a huge price for snapping his fingers, Luke would have had to give it some serious thought. But since he came into contact with the Infinity Stones and experienced their power personally, he felt that he wouldn't have any problems when snapping his fingers. "All right, you win." Thor heard that he could no longer chop people up with his beloved Stormbreaker, and his enthusiasm was instantly reduced by half. Thor changed his tone. "In fact, we have already discussed it once. If you are willing to take on this responsibility, then it's definitely up to you." He didn't need to drink beer, didn't need to eat fried chicken, and didn't need to play games, but he had to be able to swing Stormbreaker. Thor had often felt empty inside since he lost Mjolnir. Fortunately, this axe forged by the Dwarf King could comfort his lonely heart. "Tony and Banner's gauntlet, when will it be ready?" Luke asked aloud. After snapping his fingers and bringing back the lost lives, he could get Iron Man and Dr. Banner to start the manufacture and development of the time and space transmission device. Thinking that Howard may be searching for his whereabouts worldwide, S.H.I.E.L.D had a lot of work in the Magic Congress, Hellfire Club, and other matters. Luke couldn't help having a headache. His trip through time and space was completely accidental. He didn't explain anything before he left. Once Superman, as a deterrent, suddenly disappeared, it would inevitably lead to subtle changes in the international situation, as well as internal turmoil in SHIELD. I hope when I get back, it won't be a bad situation, like the outbreak of World War III. Luke thought silently. 2 days later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner placed the 6 stones into the mechanical glove made of nanomaterials. Luke, it's your turn. Iron Man pointed to the mechanical gloves on the stand and spoke with a serious expression. Remember, Thanos wiped out half of the life on the Earth and also in the whole universe. So, you have to bring them back to the present, that is, today. The Avengers gathered and watched Superman, who picked up the mechanical glove. Friday, initiate defensive procedures. Iron Man directly closed the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building and evacuated other staff. 20 minutes later, all the entrances and exits were tightly sealed. The thick alloy doors slowly came down, isolating the inner space from the outside world. So, I'm starting. Luke looked around and found that the superheroes were nervous. He didn't say much and placed his hand into the mechanical glove. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 300 power stones today equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow, . Please visit the novel page and vote if you do not see the voting option. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 280. Chapter 277 The God of the Universe, the Finger Snap of Salvation. Click. Click. The mechanical glove made gear-like noises as if there were countless precise and tiny parts operating. Nanomaterials automatically adjusted their size and firmly covered Luke's palm. Before he could continue to feel it, this infinity gauntlet made by Iron Man, with 6 stones embedded in it, burst into dazzling light. Zizzy. Zizzy. All kinds of light blended together, like tiny electric snakes, wrapping Luke's right arm. Hiss. It's a little exciting. Luke took in a sharp breath. Like an electric shock, his body overflowed with a tingling sensation. Of course, this was for Superman. For others, it was probably equivalent to a strong high-voltage current through the body, directly burning them into charcoal. A steady stream of cosmic energy was eroding Luke's skin. Like a blazing flame with extremely high temperature that could melt flesh and burn bones. Even Superman's suit, which could withstand cannons and remain unharmed, was damaged. His right arm was exposed without any concealment. The firm muscles bulged like a hill, and thick veins appeared. Repeating this process of healing and incineration, the scene looked a bit frightening. Luke, how are you? Are you okay? The superheroes gathered in the hall held their breaths and looked at Superman with nervous and expectant eyes. Among them, Captain America had concerns in his eyes and asked first. He took 2 steps back and held the vibranium shield across his chest to prevent accidents. The same was true for other Avengers, either wearing their uniforms or armors and hiding behind them. Dr. Banner told them that the Infinity Stones were emitting an extremely violent stream of gamma rays. Ordinary people couldn't bear terrifying the Force at all, let alone put it on and snap their fingers completely. Among everyone here, only Thor and Carol were qualified candidates to control that cosmic energy. If Captain America or Iron Man were asked to complete this task, they would only be able to do either the former or the latter. They had extraordinary courage and a sense of selflessness. But the price? Death. After the Avengers discussed it, it was considered completely unnecessary. Everyone had a more suitable candidate. That's Superman. I'm okay. However, your reaction makes me feel like it's an extremely dangerous time bomb. Luke's face showed no pain but rather relaxed. The All-Father level Superman's body against the 6 Infinity Stones wasn't an arduous task for him. Rumble. With his right hand clenched tightly, the infinite glove made of nanomaterials rippled with waves of air, visible to the naked eye. The terrifying atmosphere was rising, turning into physical pressure, making some of the superheroes standing aside feel that even breathing was difficult. Standing in the middle of the room, the upright body seemed to become even taller, emitting a real and unparalleled sense of oppression. In fact, you're in a way a portable gamma bomb. Dr. Banner held a small energy detection instrument similar to a handheld in his left hand, and the readings on it soared wildly, directly breaking through the peak. If this cosmic energy erupts, it will probably erase the North American continent from the map. A cold sweat broke out on Banner's forehead. He was afraid that Luke would lose control and blow himself and the superheroes in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters into ash. Don't be so nervous, relax. Luke smiled and slowly raised his right hand. What do I do next? Should I just snap my fingers? Or, make a wish first? Say a few lines, such as I am Superman. The superheroes looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. This addressed a blind spot in their knowledge. We have never worn an infinity gauntlet before. Rocket poked his head out from behind Thor's shoulder and spat out quietly. In fact, he hadn't even touched the other 5 stones, except for the power stone placed in the orb. The other superheroes were similar, and they didn't know much about the Infinity Stones. Dr. Banner, do you have any good suggestions? Captain America looked at Banner, who had studied gamma rays. He was an expert in this field. I don't even understand why it had to be a snap that could activate the Infinity Gauntlet's mechanism. Banner shook his head and replied helplessly. As a scientist, he simply couldn't understand the strange setting that one snap could erase half of life in the universe. If Thanos was a disabled man who had lost his hands, would that mean that even if the opponent was given the Infinity Stones, he might not be able to use them? In this way, wasn't the existence of the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity Stones equivalent to discriminating against disabled people with unsound hands? Such cruelty. How about I try each method once? Luke joked. Let's be more cautious. Iron Man quickly stopped Superman's behavior. This was related to half of the life of the Earth and the whole universe. Luke smiled faintly. He was just easing the atmosphere, and he didn't intend actually to do that. A moment later, Superman closed his eyes. With the wonderful power given by the 6 Infinity Stones, his extremely powerful perception was instantly magnified countless times. Zizzy. Zizzy. Light streams were surging, and energy pulsating. On that glove, the various stones vibrated. The first thing that lit up was the blue space stone. Then, it was the time stone shining with green light. Then, the purple power stone, the red reality stone, and the yellow mind stone lit up, one by one. Finally, it is the orange soul stone. Boom. A silent bang. Luke seemed to be connected with the whole universe. The vast and endless river of bright stars rotated quietly beneath his feet. Everything was so small and fragile. This is the Infinity Stones. In an instant, Luke felt that his body was infinitely higher. Like the gods of the universe, overlooking the vast universe without boundaries. He seemed to touch the edge of this box, silently peeking at other floating clusters of light, like air bubbles. That's a large number of multiverses that are difficult to count. Earth 1024. Luke pondered the number he set for his universe. His sight extended infinitely, almost penetrating the box and reaching the outer realm. Too many. It's too hard to find. It was like finding a water drop belonging to Luke from the vast ocean, which was time-consuming and troublesome. He felt the increasingly terrifying cosmic energy in his body, so he had no choice but to give up. It's time to get down to business. Luke slowly raised his right hand. The six-colored light erupted violently. The infinite glove made of nanomaterials was almost on the verge of collapse. Clear cracks appeared and bloomed. The terrifying energy of the universe was condensed and unleashed at this moment. Snap. With a snap. The superhero's perception seemed to blur for a moment and then was quickly brought back to reality. A success. Hawkeye, who recently returned to the team, asked in a trembling voice. Compared with the tragic experience of Ant-Man, he was even worse. He originally retired, enjoying warm and happy family life. At the same time, he was teaching his daughter archery. When he turned his head, his whole family had been turned into dust. He was dumbfounded. When Hawkeye came to his senses and came to S.H.I.E.L.D. space, Superman had destroyed Thanos and brought back the Infinity Stones. After hearing that there was still a chance to undo all this, his mood was like a roller coaster ride, up and down, and finally up again. Buzz. Buzz. The cell phone that Scott, the second-generation Ant-Man, had placed on the table, vibrated. Friday, remove the defense procedures. Seeing Luke had finished snapping his finger, and there was no shocking explosion or terrible scenes, Iron Man lifted the maximum alert status of the base. The thick alloy doors slowly pulled up, and a beam of sunlight shone in, scattering it into a dazzling golden glow. Vaguely, they could still hear insects and birds chirping. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 281, Chapter 278. Everyone but Thor had a happy ending. Bonus chapter. Since Thanos snapped his fingers, the whole world seemed to have lost its vitality. In New York's Central Park, it was hard even to see a bird these days. This showed that Thanos was really fair. He didn't aim at all races in the universe but wiped out all living creatures with the essence of life. But after Luke snapped his fingers, it seemed that everything came back. When the alloy doors of the SHIELD headquarters building were opened one by one, the sun shone in, and light fell into the atrium. Going outside, Hawkeye saw a few birds pass by, and there were faint voices of alarm. "We succeeded," he said in an uncertain tone. Not only Hawkeye but the other superheroes too. As if they were in a dream, they were afraid that they would wake up and see the cruel reality. "I'll make a phone call." When Black Widow heard this, she immediately turned on the comm and contacted Nick Fury from the missing persons list. The one-eyed chief had turned into ash with Agent Hill. "Natasha. What happened?" The comm was quickly switched on, and Fury's deep voice sounded. Black Widow was overjoyed and hugged Hawkeye tightly. "I'm going to find Laura and the kids." The latter wiped away the tears of excitement and ran to the underground garage regardless of other things. He couldn't wait to see his wife and children and reunite with them. What had been lost was often more precious when it was recovered. Go ahead and say hello to your children for me. Black Widow nodded and agreed. There was nothing more important than that. After watching Hawkeye leave, she told Nick Fury about the nightmare they had experienced during this time. In short, that was as easy to understand as possible. She believed that with the acceptance ability of the one-eyed director, he should be able to digest it quickly. And in the hall. Hey! Scott, the Ant-Man, answered the phone with uneasy feelings. Then came Hank Pym's angry, loud voice. Scott, where are you, you bastard? And my van? Why is my van missing? Scott had never felt the old-fashioned Hank Pym's voice was so pleasing until now. He couldn't wait to kiss his phone and vent his inner excitement and joy. Hank. Is it really you? You're all back? Scott asked again. Hope, talk to this fool. I'm afraid I'll be infected by him and become an idiot. Hank Pym was as mean and bitter as ever. In this respect, he was very similar to the most hated Stark family. A success. We did it. Seeing the missing Pym family call, Captain America was sure that the snap had brought back the missing people. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his boiling emotions. I wonder what happened to Bucky and Sam. Captain America resisted the idea of contacting his friend, as he had more important things to do. To be honest, seeing Bucky turn to dust, the feeling of losing a comrade and partner again was terrible. For Captain America, this was no easier than learning the news of his girlfriend Peggy's death. Yes. It worked. It wasn't easy. Iron Man nodded and agreed. He sat back in his chair for a moment, his nano-armor retracting into the arc reactor on his chest. The strength in his body felt like it had been drained, and his body was paralyzed. Wait a minute, we could have a party, tell Strange to do some juggling, and Peter Parker, the little guy who dragged your shield away at the German airport last time, forget it, I'd better sleep first. Iron Man spoke to himself. His tired face was slightly relaxed. Then, there was a palm on his shoulder. It was Captain America. Tony, thanks for your hard work. Captain America's words contained too many emotions. Only he and Iron Man could understand the meaning. You, too. I heard that it was almost hammered by Thanos with one punch before. Ha ha. Iron Man chuckled twice and continued, by the way, I'm going to retire like an elderly. Stark Industries is temporarily left to Happy to take care of it. I want to find a quiet place with Pepper, rest for a while, come to my house for dinner later. Take that shield back. It's taking up too much space. Iron Man had always maintained a proud personality. Even reconciliation was said so tactfully. No problem, then I'll leave it to Sam. Captain America subconsciously wanted to say Bucky, but considering there may be a fight and his relaxed relationship with Iron Man would drop to freezing point again, he quickly changed his mouth. The two smiled at each other, and the previous misunderstandings and grudges were over. You seem to have been forgotten. Carol stepped forward, looked at Luke, who took off the glove, and smiled softly, but I still want to thank you for all this, Mr. Savior. You're welcome. Saving the universe, this is also a very fresh experience for me. Luke smiled back. He brought back half of the lost lives in the universe with a snap. To some extent, it was indeed worthy of the title of Savior. You see, they all have their own things to do. Carol, how about you? Don't you want to enjoy the victory? Luke asked softly. I don't have many acquaintances on Earth. Right now, Fury is the only one. What's more, I didn't do anything, you took care of Thanos, and you're the one to snap your fingers. You are the great hero. Carol had her arms around her chest and faintly said, looking at what everyone is saying, there may be a party afterward. Maybe after I meet up with Fury, I'll have to leave Earth and go back to my, what did you say last time? Cosmic policing. Luke replied. That's right. Cosmic police. Carol raised her eyebrows. This snap brought back lost lives but also brought back chaos and strife. After all, there was a massive population boom, and it was hard to count. There were good and innocent people. There were also bad people and villains. Then, see you later. Luke waved his hand. He didn't want to disturb the superheroes who were immersed in joy. It was estimated that later, there would be a scene of reminiscing. There was no point in staying. Oh, there's a poor guy here. Luke was going to leave the hall and go to the New York Sanctum to chat with Master Ancient One and meet the new Sorcerer Supreme, Strange. But seeing a lost Thor, he couldn't help but walk over and pat his opponent's shoulder and jokingly say, need me to help you, snap my fingers again and bring your brother Loki back. For the other superheroes, their lost family and friends had returned to their side. Everything was perfect. Thor was the exception. His brother Loki had his neck broken by Thanos. His sister was destroyed along with Asgard. His father returned to the embrace of Yggdrasil. His mother died at the hands of the Dark Elves. In a word, Thor still had nothing. Even his favorite Mjolnir was gone, leaving only an axe to accompany him. Playing Fortnite, he was often scolded as a newbie by teammates. His former girlfriend, Jane Foster, couldn't stand the separation and finally broke up with him. He wanted to find someone to talk to about his inner pain, but there was no one. In this way, Thor's face had a gloomy, deeply sad expression. Forget it, that thing should be destroyed as soon as possible or kept separately in a secret place that no one knows. The current king of Asgard was clear-headed as he shook his head. Loki, let me continue to miss him. The younger brother, who exists in memory, is worry-free. Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded, would you like to go with me to taste the delicious food? I guarantee it tastes better than fried chicken and barbecue. I believe Master Wong won't let you down. That place you mentioned, is there any wine? Thor put away his sentimental feelings and asked in a low voice. I just want to drink right now. Luke thought about it. There should be a lot of treasures in Kamar-Taj's cellars. Wong was also a good wine drinker. Dakumaratai liquor, Sichuan liquor, Red Star sorghum liquor, Hengshui Leobagan, he certainly had some on hand. Of course. We have enough drinks. Luke assured him. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 282, Chapter 279 Trans-Universe Transmission, the First Transit Station. Bonus Chapter. It was said that alcohol could stimulate human emotions best, let them open their hearts, show their true side, and draw each other's feelings closer. In one of Kamar-Taj's rooms, 3 people and Rocket Raccoon sat around the table. There was a steaming hot pot in the middle, and there were various dips, sliced beef, mutton, seafood, and vegetables on the smaller plates. It's so fragrant. Thor drank a mouthful of Red Star liquor, swallowed a few slices of beef, mixed with the taste of sesame sauce and sweet and spicy sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. This Asgardian hadn't seen everything in the world when it came to food. Only fried chicken and beer, a family-sized bucket every day. Such consistent flavors would satisfy Thor and keep him hooked. Once in a while, he would order pizza, which could be used to reward himself for playing the game and greeting his teammates every day. It could be seen that Thor had low requirements for food. The Chinese-style hot pot was a new experience for him. Especially Red Star liquor. With Asgard's 1,000-year-old brewing technique, this was simply fascinating. Only a madman would like this stuff. Rocket Raccoon had a fondness for shrimp sticks and sashimi. He jumped from Thor's shoulder to Wong's head and symbolically licked the cup of high-grade white wine with a look of disgust on its face. Obviously, the liquor was not to his taste. "Little rabbit, what do you know? This is what men should drink." "Wong. Let's drink." Thor, who got drunk, grabbed Wong, who was accompanying him, and the two of them clinked glasses. The latter made a reluctant face. He wasn't as tough as an Asgardian, who could drink white wine as if it was water. Especially high-purity liquor with added materials, just taking a sip could make people feel intoxicated. "So, Strange is still on Titan." Wong scratched his head. Compared with these uninvited guests, he was more concerned about Doctor Strange's situation. "He'll be back soon with the transmission portal, so you don't have to worry at all," Luke replied. His hands keep moving, throwing a few slices of beef into the hot pot. Wong was really good at cooking, especially with the dipping sauce, which was the soul of the hot pot. "So, what's all this about?" In fact, Wong hadn't figured out what happened until now. He was erased by the first snap and turned into ash. It felt like a night's sleep. When he woke up, his thoughts and memories were still at the last second he was alive. He only knew that Dr. Banner informed them that Thanos was coming. Then, Strange was taken by the Black Order and boarded the donut-shaped spaceship. When he was ready to gather Kamatage and the three Scantum's powers to rescue the Sorcerer Supreme, his consciousness went into the darkness. It was like being knocked unconscious with a stick, and he didn't know what happened afterward. When he woke up again, Wong saw the two guys and a raccoon sitting in front of him. "Wong, add some good wine to the hot pot. Today is worth celebrating. We saved the world. No, we saved the universe." This was the opening statement from the fresh face. Quite familiar, not treating him as an outsider at all. If he didn't know Thor and knew that he was from Asgard, Wong might have regarded them as invaders. It's a long and complicated story. Luke took a sip of the Sichuan liquor. The spicy taste ran along the tip of his tongue. "When Strange comes back, let him tell you in detail." 40 minutes later, he had enough to eat. The job of cleaning up the mess was, of course, left to Wong. "By the way, remember to tell Strange to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building to look for me." Luke put down his chopsticks with satisfaction, dragged the drunk Thor with one hand and the round-bellied Rocket with the other, ready to leave. The former was hugging Rocket Raccoon, talking about how much he missed his parents, with snot and tears. The snot and tears were smeared on the raccoon's fur, making the latter frantic. As for Wong, he felt very dizzy when he walked. Not to mention cleaning up the mess and tidying up the desk, even walking out the door was hard. Luke shook his head when he saw how poorly the group was at drinking. He meant to wait for Doctor Strange to come back and discuss the transcosmic transmission in detail with each other. The research and construction of the space-time machine were definitely left to Iron Man and Dr. Banner. Doctor Strange was mainly responsible for adding details. Luke didn't want it to go wrong and wander into another universe. If it was a normal universe, it might be acceptable. If transmitted to the zombie universe, facing the world's superhero zombies, just thinking about it already gave his scalp a tingling sensation. In particular, in the Marvel gender-reverse universe, the Avengers, the villains were all feminized. If he went there, facing the tech nerd Iron Man, the big sister Captain America, the strong and fit female Hulk, the electrifying and passionate female Thor. Hiss. The menstrual synchrony would be terrifying. Therefore, it was important to be prudent in facing inter-universe transmission. A week later, S.H.I.E.L.D. space. A little order had been restored to a free America, where chaos and sin were rampant. At least, vicious incidents like beating, smashing, looting, and stealing were decreasing, and everyone was beginning to return to the original trajectory in life. The superheroes finally took time out of their restoring public order's busy schedule and began to solve Luke's problems. This is the universe model I built. According to the coordinate data you provided to me, as well as the details added by Strange. To be honest, I don't quite understand the magic, dimensionality, and boundary he said, that's kind of beyond me. Tony bit the pen in his mouth and said vaguely. Now me and Banner and that old man Hank Pym, yes, he volunteered to help. Probably in your honor, Superman, the greatest hero in the universe. Iron Man habitually kept talking and talking. The topic strayed from the main point. Next to him, Dr. Banner stretched out his finger and swiped a few times on the tablet to call up the model of the universe. He took Iron Man's words and went on to say, the biggest problem we face is how to establish a stable and clear coordinate system. And then set the universe as an anchor point, to avoid irreparable consequences, such as letting you get lost in the turbulence of time and space. Secondly, we don't know the exact coordinates of your universe, which has stalled research on the transmission mechanism. It's like a route, with only the starting point, not the end point. Luke hugged his chest, gazed at the projected model of the universe, frowned, and asked, is there any suitable solution? These were the scientific geniuses of the Marvel world, and they could always solve all kinds of problems. From the destruction of the multiverse to the development of robots for home use. In the outside world, it was a difficult topic that may not come to fruition in a lifetime of research. To Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and Hank Pym. It was a small matter of making a formula, calculating data, and then slapping their heads for inspiration. I thought you would be more surprised, like showing some disappointment or a sad expression. Iron Man, who was about to retire, pouted, after my discussion with Banner, I worked out a, not very reliable plan. Friday has simulated and tested it repeatedly. We found a transmission route with higher accuracy from over 20 vague answers, with a relatively high probability of being correct, which is about 60%. Luke picked his eyebrows, considering whether to accept it or not. According to Murphy's Law, anything that could go wrong, will go wrong. No matter how small the possibility was. In other words, if he was unlucky, he could, unfortunately, be drawn into a gender-reversed universe where all the members were feminized, or a wasteland universe to survive alone at the end of days. No matter how hesitant he would always be doomed to head towards that doomed path. I'm not finished yet, Uncle Cavill. Iron Man gradually accepted Superman as his godfather and uncle from a different universe. A while ago, he also brought Pepper to meet him as a family gathering. After all, his father left early, and the only one he trusted, Obadiah Stane, betrayed him. Superman was probably the only elder. Although Luke looked quite young, according to him, he was also a 100-year-old man, just like Captain America. Go on. Luke nodded. Iron Man cleared his throat and said, in order to improve the accuracy and reduce the risk, Strange proposed the idea of setting up a transit area. That is to say, you can get off the train at other places in the middle of the inter-universe transmission and collect data on the coordinates of the current universe to determine your location better. If there is an accident, the probability of a successful return is relatively higher. A transit station. Luke was puzzled. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 283, Chapter 282 Many Elements, Shield Iron Combination. It had been a month since they last discussed the trans-universe transmission plan. He had to admit that Iron Man and Dr. Banner indeed had great ideas. They were ready to open up the quantum realm with the help of Hank Pym's technology. After that, it was transformed into a space-time transmission device. With the cosmic coordinates provided by the Ancient One, Iron Man had completed the construction of the model. The next step was to build a space-time machine and put it into use. Iron Man and Dr. Banner stayed up all night and also brought Doctor Strange. They finalized the complete plan and began to enter the implementation stage. This was a huge and time-consuming project. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources were mobilized and a large amount of manpower and material resources were invested, only 1/3 of it had been completed right now. Luke didn't show impatience. When he was idle, he went to visit Kamataj, asked Wong for a hot pot, and then went to the library to read some books. Sometimes he would talk to Strange for a while, but this guy was much more boring than his teacher, the Ancient One. Usually, when he had time, he would play games with Thor and team up with him to score some points. He would also attend various Avengers celebration parties, accept the invitation from the White House, give speeches, and brush up his reputation. This was his daily life. Living a full and comfortable life. The only thing that caused him a bit of a headache was being known as the great hero who saved the world and even the universe. Superman's name spread like wildfire and had spread all over the world. Currently, his popularity was tending to surpass that of the Avengers, becoming a new favorite of the media. As a result, wherever Luke went, a group of fans would come, take photos, and ask for autographs. The discussion about Superman had become a hot topic, with more than 1 billion followers. Major TV stations rushed to send invitations for interviews, various well-known talk shows, and the official media blew up the phone at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s front desk. This gave Luke, who just wanted to live a quiet life, a slight headache. I find that you know how to deal with the media and the public better than Stark and Captain Rogers. In the private area of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Nick Fury, who had long since retired, looked over at Superman, who was lying on a bench, sunbathing. After he was brought back by Luke's snap, he went to work again and took over most of the work in SHIELD. Soon after the social order was rebuilt, a leader like Nick Fury was urgently needed to stabilize the situation, contact other nations and integrate their forces. Didn't Tony tell you that in my universe, I wasn't only a war hero, but also a general in the Pentagon, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke bit into his straw and murmured. Director Fury, my job is to preside over the overall situation and maintain order like you. So, I often appear in public. I see. The one-eyed director asked curiously. What about me? What am I like in your universe? Luke pondered slightly and replied, if it weren't for this unexpected incident, you'd be driving me right now. Fury's face twitched. He didn't think he would be a driver. Life was too strange. Director Fury, what can I do for you? Luke put down his juice and asked softly. Stark asked me to call you over. The space-time transmission device he's working on with Dr. Banner is almost ready. Fury's eyes flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. They are going to conduct a test, and you need to participate in it. This is a small thing. They just needed to make a phone call. There's no need to trouble Director Fury to make the trip himself. Luke smiled, glanced at the other person, and faintly said, take away your unnecessary worry. If I had any other ideas, the Avengers wouldn't be able to stop me. He knew Nick Fury's thoughts. Seeing Superman's strength and prestige grow, Fury was becoming wary of him. It was an old habit. It's just like how Batman saw everyone, thinking they were dangerous, even himself. It was all persecution paranoia. Ha ha ha, then you should hurry. Stark is waiting. Nick Fury awkwardly laughed, neither denying nor admitting it. Deep down, he was eager to send Superman away as soon as possible. This guy could even press Thanos down to the ground, beat him, and use the 6 Infinity Stones without any problems. Once such a powerful and terrible existence went astray or tragically turned evil, who could stop it? Out of an agent's professional habit, Nick Fury would always think from the dark side of humanity. He had to imagine the worst-case scenario and develop a plan to deal with it. Ha ha. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He knew about Nick Fury's vigilance, but he wasn't angry. When dealing with these people, he had to put up with their insignificant little problems. If he ever visited the studio next door and met Batman in the future, the latter would certainly watch him with a suspicious attitude and a critical eye. So, the one who should be put in Arkham Asylum is Batman, wearing the Bruce Wayne mask. Luke thought silently. Afterward, he took the elevator to the working area of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. Iron Man and Dr. Banner, one was standing on a spacious platform, and the other was operating instruments underneath. Come in. This is the space-time transmission device we developed. Iron Man's excitement was high. When he saw Luke, he couldn't wait to start introducing it. We'll use the PYM particles to shrink you into the microscopic universe and then throw you out of this universe by interfering with quantum space-time. Luke stepped onto the translucent high-strength glass platform, glanced around, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Dr. Banner operated the instrument with a crackle, turning it on and slowly opening a channel at the top. "We want to see the effect, that is, to send you into the quantum realm, and then successfully return. It starts with time travel in this universe, and then proceeds to cross-universe transmission," Iron Man replied. "As for the transit station plan, that's a stage further down the road." The transit station was a bold idea from Doctor Strange, adopted by Iron Man and Dr. Banner. Simply put, after activating the trans-universe transmission, Luke would board a train with no known endpoint. Because the destination wasn't clear, he needed to get off every time he arrived at a cosmic box with other numbers to collect coordinates, data and other important information. It was equivalent to using those universes as transit stations, changing routes and targets at any time, and constantly improving this road back home. It sounded unreliable, but there was no better way. After all, the Avengers, including Doctor Strange, were just characters in a small box. There was a slight deviation in the understanding of many aspects of the knowledge. For example, Iron Man couldn't accept that he married Captain America in a certain universe. Although it was a female version of Tony Stark, She was a proud young lady who was born into a rich family and was in charge of a large enterprise at a young age. However, in his original words, how could a girl with normal aesthetics look at a 100-year-old man, who would lecture someone just because of saying one curse word? In response to Iron Man's reaction, Luke said he would send him a wedding photo of Natasha Stark and Captain America if he had a chance to pass through that universe. One was the darling daughter from a well-off family, and the other was a poor Brooklyn boy. A proud and straight woman and an excellent blonde man. One was a research consultant and associate, and the other was a team leader and core member. And they were still in the same organization, cooperating with each other to save the world. Pieced this element. They could make a film, Avengers in Love and War. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 284, Chapter 281. Are you my master? The first test was quite successful. Luke went to have a drink with Howard Stark during World War II and then returned to the current timeline. Everything went smoothly, and nothing went wrong. Howard Stark, who stayed at the military base, had no impression of Luke, but the guy seemed to know him. The two chatted and drank together in the lounge, spending 20 minutes relaxed and happy. You can go now. It will take about a month for us to complete the trans-universe transmission. Iron Man waved his hand. They were collecting the data just now to adjust the universe model. It looks like there should be no problem. Luke, I think you should think more about who your teammate would be. Dr. Banner shut down the teleportation device and slowly said so. Teammate. Luke slightly frowned. I thought it was a solo trip. Dr. Banner looked at Iron Man, who was busy on the spacious platform, and asked, You didn't tell him? I forgot. I clock in every day at s.h.i.e.l.d, and I have to deal with Pepper when I go back. I can't remember those small details. Iron Man replied confidently. Dr. Banner was speechless and turned his face away from the other side, turning to Luke and said, The transit station program is generally safe. But in case you can't find your way home and are forced to return, you need to bring 1 or 2 teammates as anchors to our universe. I will implant miniature signal transmitters in their bodies, which is equivalent to throwing 2 beacons. Amongst many time and space, I can determine their position and recover them. Luke nodded gently. Iron Man and Dr. Banner were experts in this field. All aspects were taken into consideration to eliminate any possible surprises. How long will it take before the trans-universe transmission is officially ready? Luke looked at the closed instrument. According to the research progress of these 2 big guys, he felt that it would be done in 1 month. They were the scientists of the Marvel world, and their innovative strength was comparable to the physical strength of the big green guy. The fastest it could take is half a month. Iron Man replied. Trans-universe transmission is a difficult problem, and it isn't easy. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement, adding, Yeah, it's a lot more troublesome than when we were working on Ultron, the powerful artificial intelligence. New territory, unfamiliar knowledge. It's really exciting. As an old bachelor, Dr. Banner wasn't like Iron Man, who would rush off work every day, to spend time with his wife. He completely regarded s.h.i.e.l.d as his home and spent every day in his work area and the living room. Dr. Banner of this universe had long since broken up with Betty, General Ross's daughter, and had always been single since. At most had a relationship with Natasha, the Black Widow. However, after a trip to Sakaar and a guest appearance as a gladiator, their relationship seemed to be at a stalemate. They hadn't been seeing each other lately. Come on. I just want to go to bed early. Iron Man rubbed his sore waist. Recently, he was busy with making a new person, and planned to have a baby with Pepper. Tony Stark, the famous playboy of New York, who could feed half of all the paparazzi in the city, felt a little overwhelmed, so he began to follow Luke's suggestion, soaking Chinese wolfberry in water to drink. This was probably the bitter result of not knowing how to care for his body when he was younger and vigorous. All right, everyone has worked hard. Luke waved and smiled. I'm treating you to a big meal today. But of course, it's the usual. My treat, but my nephew Tony is paying. Iron Man bristled but didn't say anything. Sometimes he really gave people headaches. In a quiet life, time would always slip away quietly. Half a month later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner successfully developed the trans-universe transmission device. Luke wasn't surprised by their unparalleled research and development capabilities. In Marvel, for geniuses and crazy scientists that could destroy the world, beating up bosses was just a daily thing. One of their representatives was Mr. Reed Richards. Things like restarting the multiverse with the ultimate nullifier. Bombard the living tribunal. Craniotomy on Iron Man. Blowing up 6 to 7 parallel universes and so on. To sum it up, having the scientist title in the Marvel Universe probably means that you have the potential to become a powerful character or develop plot armor. Thor and Little Rabbit. Let's hit the road together. Luke stepped out onto the spacious platform, changed into his special transmission uniform, and spoke to Thor and Rocket Raccoon on the platform. He finally chose these two guys as his teammates. He had no choice, there weren't many options to choose from. Among the Avengers, those who were ready to retire were Hawkeye, Iron Man, and Captain America. Other superheroes, like Captain Marvel, was busy being a cosmic policeman and had no time to accompany Luke on a space-time trip that was full of potential battles ahead. Black Widow took over as the diplomat position for S.H.I.E.L.D. and was amidst a rising career. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, was now a widow, and she was probably not in the mood. What? Why were they all women? Who would want to start an unknown and wonderful time travel adventure with superheroes like the Black Panther and Falcon? After careful consideration, Luke found that only Thor, the god of thunder, and Rocket Raccoon, had free time and could be used as companions to relieve boredom. Help me tell Valkyrie that Asgard will be handed over to her for the time being. Thor, carrying Stormbreaker, staggered onto the platform. These days, he went to Comatage to eat and drink without any problems and made himself fat. The white transmission uniform could barely fit the slightly bulky, sturdy body. Thor, it's the same with or without you. The people of Asgard are really unfortunate to have a king who only drinks and plays games. Iron Man spoke mercilessly. Thanos slaughtered half of Asgard before, and the remaining half took root in northern Europe with Brunhild, the Valkyrie. It had always been a traditional European ability to take in refugees. Not to mention that they were alien refugees, the original myth of northern Europe. Then you can help me tell Quill that the Guardians of the Galaxy's leader is going away, so he can take care of Groot and don't let him play games all day. Rocket followed suit and spoke with a big grin. Well, ladies and gentlemen. Take a deep breath and count down to 5. Then start the trans-universe transmission. Dr. Banner ignored the nonsense the guys spouted and started operating the machine. I hope I can have a chance to see you again, especially my nephew. Tony, I wish you a happy life. Luke waved, smiled, and said goodbye. 5, 4, 3. Woo. 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 The three people standing underneath the transmission channel were instantly reduced to a subatomic scale by the PYM particles, invisible to the naked eye. Then, as if converted into a stream of light, following the direction of the set coordinates, it traveled in the macroscopic universe. They were like solid iron balls shoved into the mouth of a cannon, throwing themselves out of control and heading towards an unknown destination. I seem to have hit something hard. Thor covered his forehead and cried out in pain. That's the boundary of the universe. Luke's voice rang in the comm. So, we're now. Before Rocket finished speaking, his voice was dragged out as if flung high into the air. The three of them saw a pitch-black infinite space, in which there were uncountable colored dots of light like the sands of the Ganges River. They looked like giant soap bubbles, glittering with a strange light. That was a world, a universe. Layers upon layers, endless. Where are we going? Thor shouted. The dark space was like an empty vacuum, and no sound could be transmitted. But his question was still heard by Luke. I don't know. Superman replied. Because there were no specific universe coordinates, this was an unknown journey. No one knew where the first stop would be. No one knew how long it had been. Time had lost its original concept and role here. Dawn. 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 The three men felt a strong suction force. They uncontrollably floated over and hit the transparent wall again. Clouds of bright light exploded in front of them, making them unable to open their eyes. This is. Before Luke and others knew where they were, they saw a floating figure. A red cloak fluttered slightly, holding up the tall and thin figure. Are you the contactors that I have summoned? The man asked, half hesitant, half wary. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 285, Chapter 282 20 questions, reasonable thinking. Contractors. Luke was a little surprised and looked up at the guy. Stephen Strange. Is this Comatage? It was Doctor Strange who appeared in front of him. It's just that compared with the movie universe, the other party looked younger and immature. Do you know me? Strange, held up by the magic floating cloak, sat cross-legged in the air and asked condescendingly. He seemed to be even more surprised that the summoned contractor could call out his own name. It seems that this is indeed Comatage. Luke glanced around quickly and concluded. In the dimly lit room, there were 3 doors. They were branded with different patterns, giving off a mysterious and subtle aura of antiquity. Those were the portals to the 3 sanctums. They also correspond to 3 major time and space nodes. Then Luke looked up. He saw a huge copper ball hanging from the ceiling, flowing with a bright lava-like luster. This was one of the famous instruments of the Comatage, which could monitor the abnormal energy fluctuation worldwide in real time and prevent the invasion from other dimensions. From these 2 iconic structures and objects, Luke determined that his place should be the central hall of the Comatage. Why did we come here? He was a bit puzzled. But it's a time saver. Every time Luke stayed at a transit station, Luke needed to collect the coordinate data of his universe. This was his mission. If he wanted to complete it, he needed the help of the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, no matter which universe he lived in, the Ancient One would always be the one who knew these things best and was most likely to help. No, how can there be 3 of them? I clearly summoned Mephisto's son. Strange seemed to return to his senses and looked at Luke and the others with a curious look. He was to summon the son of hell, the minions of darkness under Mephisto. Instead of these people in front of him. A young human being with an uncommon bearing and an upright figure. A big, tall, strong, blond guy carrying an axe. And a little raccoon who could walk upright. What kind of weird combination was this? It was simply confusing. It seems we all have a lot of questions, so why don't we play 20 questions? Luke looked down at Thor, who was bent over and vomiting, and Rocket Raccoon, who was staggering around like he was drunk. This was the aftermath of trans-universal transmission, roughly similar to motion sickness and air sickness. Even the strong body of an Asgardian couldn't handle it. Do you know him? Luke pinched Thor's chin and told him to lift his head. Strange frowned slightly, recalled it carefully for a few minutes, and finally hesitated to answer, Thor. The Prince of Asgard. Luke nodded slightly. Very good. The first known information was that Asgard still existed, Odin was still alive, and Thor hadn't succeeded to the throne. What about him? This cute little rabbit. Luke picked up a drunken Rocket Raccoon, who corrected him with a grunt, you bastards. I've told you many times. I'm not a rabbit, I'm a raccoon. TSK. I'm not a raccoon, my name is Rocket. Strange glanced at the incoherent alien creature and shook his head. I thought it was a puppet that someone had bought. Well, without the smell of sulfur, it doesn't look like a hybrid from hell. Luke put Rocket down, and his eyes flashed. The second information was that the Guardians of the Galaxy hadn't come to Earth, or at least they had never dealt with the Three Sanctums and the Sorcerer Supreme. In this way, the first transit universe probably had nothing to do with the movie universe, Earth 199,999. Or, the timeline hadn't advanced to that stage. It's your turn to ask questions, Strange. Luke spread out his hands and walked out of the large complex circle patterns under his feet. As a student of the Sorcerer Supreme, isn't it a bit humiliating for you to ask the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, for power to summon his heir? Luke, who had studied in Kamatage, could tell right away that this was some kind of contract spell to summon otherworldly creatures. Cough cough, it was just an accident. Strange looked a little embarrassed. Although Kamatage didn't reject dark magic, as a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, it was really unreasonable for him to ask for help from Mephisto. Tell me, who are you? Strange asked in a quiet voice as he collected his emotions. He kept his hands in front of his chest and was ready to cast spells. He still had a certain degree of vigilance against the strange combination that was somehow summoned. The devils and demons of the hellish world had always been good at deception and disguise. Who knew if this was one of Mephisto's tricks? The Lord of Hell always had a bad taste that was difficult for mortals to understand. This is very complicated to explain. In a word, you can think of me as a passing traveler. I'm just passing through the world by chance and not staying for too long. Luke said lightly. It was too much trouble explaining trans-universe transmission, and he also had to tell him the whole story of the cause, the process, and the end. Instead of wasting energy on meaningless details, it's better to be vague. Anyway, Strange would fill in the details with his own imagination. As for these two, Thor shouldn't need my excessive introduction, Asgard's prince. And, this talking rabbit, he's a pet. Rocket was furious, jumped up, and hit Luke's knee, angrily saying, "You're the pet. I'm the best spaceship pilot in the universe." Okay, let's not dwell on this issue for now. Luke patted Rocket's head and spoke perfunctorily. "Do you have any other questions?" Hearing this, Strange stood up. The magic cloak that supported his body moved back. He seemed to have guessed something from Luke's answers. A traveler passing through the world. Could it be? Unsurprisingly, Strange began to connect the dots with his own thinking. He believed Luke because he sensed the aura of the Vishanti from the other party. Any master who had read the Book of the Vishanti and studied white magic would be able to do so. "Why do you know me?" Strange had some doubts. From Luke's attitude, they seemed to know each other. "It's just like the Ancient One that has never seen you but knows you." Luke tried not to speak in human terms and spoke mysteriously, making people confused. "I don't know the Strange standing in front of me, but I know the Strange who has the same life and the same experience as you. Stephen Strange, the third Sorcerer Supreme." Luke knew his past and future well. This guy had a rough and complicated life and spiritual experience. He went through a bloody and painful lesson, telling everyone not to play with their cell phones while driving. Dr. Stephen Strange, M.D., Master Strange, Dr. Strange. "What stage are you in now?" Luke asked softly with a smile around his mouth. This kind of mysterious temperament, like his teacher, the Ancient One, instantly made Strange feel a bit of awe. It seemed that he had made the correct guess. The origin of the other party. "I am Master Strange right now," the student of the Sorcerer Supreme replied softly. He used to be a doctor, but that was destroyed by a car accident. A sudden, monumental accident took away his hands, his job, and his pride. Strange found that the study of medicine couldn't save the world. He couldn't save the world and couldn't save himself. So, he embarked on a journey to find Kamataj and finally changed his profession to a master of the mystic arts. People often say, when God closes a door, he opens a window. As a highly educated and high-income individual, Strange had lost the possibility of holding the scalpel again. But he was lucky enough to step into the Hall of Magic and see a broader view of the world. The bald old woman said that it was all destiny. He was the chosen person who she had been waiting for over the years, the successor to the Sorcerer Supreme. "I want to see the Ancient One if she's still alive." Luke, who was still in control of the conversation, took the opportunity to make a request. "She. Of course, my teacher is still alive." Strange was first puzzled, then surprised. "Did you know that Master Ancient One was injured?" Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded in acknowledgement without changing his expression. But he was speculating in his heart. The Ancient One injured? And a man? Hiss. It's not that universe, is it? Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 286, Chapter 283 The start of the holy battle. Master Ancient One was injured. With the powerful all-father-like existence and Vishanti as backing, who could hurt him? Luke thought to himself as he gathered his thoughts. No matter which universe, the Sorcerer Supreme could firmly rank among the strong. Unless those dimensions demons came together, and came to the door to collect debts. Otherwise, there was hardly any possibility of turning everything over. But Strange said that he was seriously injured. This wasn't an excuse made up by the Ancient One who wanted to retire early. As an older social animal, one could do anything to skip work and relax. "I would like to meet the Sorcerer Supreme." Seeing Strange gradually let go of his guard, Luke immediately put forward the request. The most important thing before him was to confirm his guess and determine the universe he was in. Only by mastering enough information could he start the journey of the next stop. Fortunately, judging from the information given by Doctor Strange, this shouldn't be as bad as starting in the zombie hero's universe. Besides, Luke had no interest in fighting zombies. "I'm afraid you can't do that." When talking about his injured teacher, Strange's face turned dignified and shook his head to refuse. It was one thing for him to believe Luke, but it was another thing to trust him completely. Due to the Sorcerer Supreme's injury, Kamar-Taj had closed its doors to the outside world, and it was strictly forbidden for unidentified people to enter or approach. The three sanctums sent many masters to maintain order, stabilize the situation, and prevent bosses from other dimensions from taking the opportunity to do something. Why? I can prove my identity to the Sorcerer Supreme. Luke tried to show his gentle side and hooked Thor's neck to throw him out as a shield. "This is the Prince of Asgard, son of Odin. Even if you don't trust me, however, one of the Avengers, the superhero Thor, who participated in the Battle of New York, is he still doubted?" Luke deliberately threw out several key points, such as the Avengers and Battle of New York, to test Strange's reaction. Battle of New York. You mean the fierce battle 4 years ago when the Hulk almost flattened the whole city? Strange asked doubtfully. It had only been 2 years since he entered Kamar-Taj to learn magic. Before that, Dr. Stephen Strange, who was busy treating patients and enjoying an excellent income, had heard about the Avengers, active in the media. The Hulk. Luke's eyes flashed, and his thoughts fluctuated when he heard Strange's answer. The other party didn't deny the existence of the Avengers but questioned the Battle of New York. This was very interesting. If it was said that there was no Chitauri army invasion of Earth, then did it mean this universe didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos as the main thread that ran through the whole thing? A very different future trajectory from the movie universe. He didn't come to the main Earth 616 universe, did he? A series of question marks emerged from Luke's heart. If it were the main Marvel universe, the ceiling for combat power would be infinitely elevated. The 5 godly figures, the living tribunal, the Beyonder, they were no longer the backdrop, but a real presence that might appear. Hiss. Thinking about that, Luke sucked in a breath of cold air. "I'm sorry, I really can't take you to see Master Ancient One. His condition is very bad." Strange scanned Thor, then looked at Luke and Rocket Raccoon with a critical eye, and finally, caution prevailed. The contract circle he used was based on the rituals and incantations of the Key of Solomon, specifically for summoning the sons of hell, the creatures of evil. Although he didn't know what went wrong, the summoned ones who responded to the contract became Thor and a raccoon. But who could guarantee that this wasn't a trick by Mephisto, the Lord of Hell? According to the Sorcerer Supreme himself, his injuries were severe, and he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Not to mention outsiders, even Strange's mentor, Mordo, could only get instructions through spiritual transmission. "Master Strange, is this your contracted one?" While Strange was thinking about it, a round, red-robed master walked into the hall. Compared with Mordo's contractors, it seems much worse. Using the Book of Vishanti as a medium, he has borrowed the supreme power of 3 legendary masters, including Merlin, a great master. The master in red was Wong. As the librarian of Kamar-Taj, he was always the first to know various news. Wong. Thor saw an acquaintance and wanted to greet him but was rejected by the other party. "This blonde barbarian has no power. There is no trace of a magical aura. It won't help you to get points for the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Master Strange, I already told you that you needed to find a magical helper. Even from the Hell world, a few sons of Hell who are good at dark magic and immune to flames and toxins are stronger than this guy. Wong was quick to speak and didn't care about Thor, he just said it. In his view, the other party was only the contractor summoned by Strange and wasn't a threat to him. Besides, who dared to make trouble in Kamar-Taj? Even if it were Mephisto himself, he wouldn't have the guts. Luke, can I beat him up? Thor looked at that serious fat face and felt offended. If it weren't for the hot pot and the drinks, even though it's not the same person, he would have swung his axe and cut him. Sorcerer Supreme battle, the test from Vishanti, so that's how it is. Luke, who was standing at the back of the room, suddenly realized it. He didn't care about Thor's question. He finally understood why Strange used the contracted circle and why he didn't let himself see the Ancient One. This universe was close to the parallel space-time of the comics. The Sorcerer Supreme was about to retire, and the Vishanti had begun to choose his next successor. The Sorcerer Supreme battle, a major event that was open to the dimensional world and the stars of the universe, was about to begin. Whoever could pass the final test can win the title of Sorcerer Supreme, would get the gift of strength from the Vishanti, lead the Kamar-Taj, and protect the Earth. As a newcomer and a beginner, Strange wanted to borrow the power of Mephisto to summon the Son of Hell to qualify for the competition. As for the Ancient One's serious injury, Luke concluded that he wasn't really that injured, creating the illusion of a void in Kamar-Taj on the one hand and allowing Strange to learn to face pressure and take responsibility on the other hand. In a word, the naughty old man Ancient One was very bad. I can be your contractor, Master Strange. Luke walked up to Wong and Dr. Strange and smiled. This is also decree by destiny. I happen to be a high-level master with a little knowledge of magic. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 287, Chapter 284 Strange, my stand-in emissary is Superman. When Luke said he was a high-ranking master, Strange almost laughed. It's not that he looked down on the other person. It was just that masters had unique skills in judging their strength. Magic was a constant transformation of the soul, but if you signed a contract with dimensional demons, your spirit would be infected, emitting various colors of light. For example, the followers of Cthulhu, the god of the underworld, were bound to be deep in the darkness. An emissary of Sitarak, Lord of Oblivion, who was particularly fond of bright colors, would be brimming with scarlet light. Most of the followers of Vishanti were pure white and orange. Strange did not perceive the bright light of the soul, like a lamp, in Luke's body. Nothing else could be seen except for a tiny bit of pure white, which was the white magic attached to the Book of Vishanti. High-ranking master, to be honest, you only have the physique to meet the requirements. Wong glanced at him, not seeing a trace of magic. In his opinion, Luke was ordinary except for his tall figure and strong body that looked like a high-ranking master. The surge of magic, the light of the soul, these were rather weak. They had to feel it carefully before they could detect it. To sum up, Luke was at best a beginner's apprentice, a newcomer with one foot in the hall of magic. There was no high ranking at all. It seems that you both have doubts about my strength. Then, I'll have to end my low-profile style and have a showdown with you. Luke cleared his throat. They didn't see any movement, but his eyes suddenly burst with blinding light. The terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption. It was like an invisible hand that clutched the hearts of the people watching, making them suffocate. Immediately afterward, scarlet, dark, pure white, all colors of light filled his soul and burst out in a flurry, almost blinding Strange and Wong. They subconsciously raised their hands to cover the light from his soul that hadn't materialized, and a look of horror passed through their eyes. He was a high-ranking master who was just one step away from becoming a legend. What's going on? Cyttorak, Pthan, and Vishanti. They all seemed to have extended an olive branch to him. Strange looked incredulous. Luke was like a shining precious diamond, making the dimensional demons scramble for him. The brilliant light of his soul had already confirmed this point. As long as he was willing, he could immediately gain the recognition of Cyttorak, Pthan, or the Vishanti and obtain a huge gift. This was undoubtedly an enviable and jealous treatment for the masters of the mystic arts of Kamataj. Just like being a fresh graduate, they not only had invitations from the Fortune 500, but also gained favorable treatment, directly promoting them to the department manager. Most junior masters were still looking forward to successfully passing the interview and becoming an intern. This was discrimination. Wong, even a legendary master, might not get the approval of so many dimensional demons and gods, right? Strange said sourly. Although he also had special treatment, he was led in by Mordo and personally taught by the Sorcerer Supreme himself. But in front of Luke, who couldn't be comprehended by common sense, he wasn't even on the same level. Master Wong's throat rolled twice, and he corrected himself. Be confident, don't use that tone of doubt. The legendary masters are just humble ants in the eyes of the dimensional demons and gods, who have seen many legends in their incomprehensible long lives. Strange was silent. Caecilius, recognized by Kamataj as the most talented person, and Mordo, trusted by the Ancient One, were only high-ranking masters right now, and they weren't among the legends. And Luke, who had attracted the attention of many dimensional demons, qualified to become a legend, even surpassing it. I clearly used the rituals and incantations from the Key of Solomon, but I summoned a high-ranking master. Strange still couldn't understand it, but it didn't prevent him from grabbing onto this chance. Luke was obviously a more suitable contract holder than the son of Hell, who was too conniving and UN submissive. Master Strange, what do you think? Am I qualified enough to be your contractor? Luke surprised Strange, who hadn't seen much of the world, and Wong, the master, with a little show of skill. The blinding and incomparable light of his soul had proven the results of his training at Kamataj, a 3-day crash course and 5-day graduation, reaching the high-ranking master level. Of course. I don't know your name yet. Excuse me. Strange nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, afraid Luke would turn his head and leave. Although the Ancient One mentioned it somehow, he came to Kamataj by fate, and he had a heavier and greater mission to shoulder in the future. But no matter what happened in the future, the reality before him was cruel. Strange didn't even get a ticket to the Sorcerer Supreme battle, while the 3 legends had recognized Master Mordo through his strength. The sense of urgency urged him to seek help from Mephisto. You can call me Superman. Luke said lightly. He could probably guess what the Ancient One was thinking. No matter which universe Stephen Strange would become the Sorcerer Supreme, this established fact was difficult to change. Just like Steve Rogers, who would always be Captain America, Tony Stark would always say, I am Iron Man. Following this train of thought, the so-called Sorcerer Supreme battle was equivalent to a large-scale show with a predetermined result. The Ancient One was sure to secretly open the back door for Strange, packaged as a cheat code that must be obtained through hard work, diligence, and completing an adventure. After all, every superhero had to go through spiritual redemption and psychological growth. I don't mind making a cameo appearance as a spiritual guide. Luke, who had seen the subsequent development, thought he could act as the plug-in and help Strange take the Sorcerer Supreme's position. Of course, he wouldn't work for nothing. As a price, the Ancient One needed to pay him with the universe coordinates to get him to the next station smoothly. Good plan. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Luke thought. He didn't think that the Ancient One would be able to find an All-Father level fighter for Strange. Asgard's Odin wouldn't put his pride down for that. At the very least, he was the master of the 9 realms, king of the gods. Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme is calling for you. Just as Luke was thinking about how to discuss this cooperation with the Ancient One, a master trotted in. When he saw the central hall was crowded with people, he was surprised at first and then waved at Strange. By the way, bring the contractor beside you. The Sorcerer Supreme wants to meet him too. The master added. Strange leaned over and looked at Luke, who smiled as if he wasn't surprised. He had already guessed that the Ancient One's claim of being seriously injured and dying was definitely a well-written script. By putting Strange under pressure and responsibility in advance, this destined successor would be accepted in Vishanti's trial. What could make people happier than leaving work early? Nothing. Luke thought so. He gave Strange a push and motioned for the other party to hurry. Then, he turned to Thor and Rocket and said, "Be quiet and don't make any trouble. Wong, watch them both. And by the way, prepare some hot pot." The Round Master Wong scratched his head. This contracted person that was summoned by Strange, why did it seem like he knew him? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 288, Chapter 285. There's an insider. We can cooperate. Crack. The door of a tall wooden building in the northeast corner of Kamataj opened automatically. A beam of sunlight projected in passed through the intricately patterned window lattice and fell into a dazzling golden glow. Strange tidied up his clothes and robes and glanced at Luke before entering the door, indicating that the other party should show respect and never annoy the powerful master who was beyond legend. The latter raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. The Doctor Strange of this universe seemed to be more in awe of the Sorcerer Supreme. The one in the movie universe didn't seem to feel the same way. As if forcibly ordained, he had a reluctant feeling all over his body. "Strange, I heard that you want to participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle this time." Entering the door, they saw an old man with white eyebrows, beard, thin cheeks, and sunken eyes lying on his side on the bed inside. That was Master Ancient One. It was a far cry from the gender-neutral face seen in the movie universe. Of course, it was more in line with the image of Supreme in the public's eyes. "Didn't you suggest that I should sign up?" Strange stared wide-eyed and confused. Just a few days ago, the Sorcerer Supreme was blindsided by Kesalius, a traitor, and was seriously injured, which happened to be discovered by him. As a doctor, Strange took the lead in emergency rescue, which prevented the situation from worsening. The next day, Sorcerer Supreme woke up and said that to thank him for saving his life, he was specially allowed to choose one item from the New York Sanctum collection room as a reward. Strange would have liked to choose something like a chain shackle, axe, crystal ball, which could enhance combat power and give him a sense of security. Unexpectedly, a red cloak flew out from somewhere, and as if it wanted to follow him, it fixed itself on his body. In desperation, Strange had to choose the cloak of levitation as a reward. Later, the Sorcerer Supreme had a long talk with him. The content could be summarized as: the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, the task of saving the world and maintaining peace is left to you, and other such pep talks. When he heard the Sorcerer Supreme say that he was dying, Hand hinted, intentionally or unintentionally, that Strange might be the one and only magical genius who could take on the big responsibility. Strange was moved. He was so enthusiastic that he volunteered to take part in the trial of the Vishanti and became a contender for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. If Luke knew the ins and outs, he would certainly laugh at the Ancient One's ability to write a script. If he were to switch with Strange from the movie universe, the guy wouldn't take the bait. Yes, yes. I am confident that I can shoulder this responsibility. Strange replied feebly. He was driven to do things beyond his ability, and he didn't even have the slightest preparation. Very well. Strange, I was right about you. The moment you stepped through the doors of Kamataj, I knew that you were the one I was waiting for. The Ancient One coughed twice and spoke in an aging voice. This was spoken from the bottom of his heart, and there was no falsehood. The man standing next to you, who is he? Then, the Ancient One looked at Luke, who was standing behind Strange in silence. He is my contractor. There are only 7 candidates for the Sorcerer Supreme battle, and everyone could summon an emissary to cooperate with each other by contract. Strange bowed his head and answered. One high-ranking master, in the face of those talented people, was certainly not enough to face them. But he didn't have a better choice. Mordo was recognized by 3 legendary masters and drew on a powerful force. That's because he had outstanding qualifications, had been with the Sorcerer Supreme for nearly 50 years and accumulated a deep foundation. He is the contractor you selected. The Ancient One stared at the tall figure, and the white eyebrows that had been wrinkled slowly stretched out. Strange, you're lucky. Luke stepped forward, stood side by side with Strange, and whispered, I am willing to help in letting him win this battle. What are you talking about? The Ancient One hadn't responded yet, but Strange couldn't help but ask first. He didn't know Luke's identity, let alone what kind of contractor he had summoned. If Superman were considered as a stand-in emissary, then the panel value representing his strength would be about 5 infinite symbols. Unfortunately, Strange didn't realize this. He just regarded Luke as a high-ranking human master. Therefore, facing those who may be competitors, Strange's biggest goal at this stage was to get the chance to enter the battle. Then, help Mordo as much as possible. After all, they were all acquaintances. Successfully win the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Strange, step down. The Ancient One waved his hand to indicate that the other party could leave. Mr. Guest, will you stay and talk to me for a while? Luke ignored Strange's shocked eyes and nodded, it would be my pleasure. When the door behind him was closed, the Ancient One said, I have never seen such a young All-Father in my life. Sir, who are you? Why help Strange? Luke slightly smiled and told Sorcerer Supreme about some of his own experiences, such as trans-universe transmissions, finding his way home, and so on. After a long while, the Ancient One slowly said, well, since you know me in another universe and know Strange's fate, then this Sorcerer Supreme battle will be handed over to you. It's just that, what would the price be? What do you want from Kamataj? This seemingly old man, who looked dying, had a straight back and a very different momentum from before. I knew it, it was all fake. Luke lamented. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't as fragile as porcelain, and he wasn't someone easily injured to the point of being seriously wounded and difficult to heal. All this was obviously an act. In order to trick Strange into taking the bait, he had deliberately set up a trap. I need the coordinates of this universe, so I can continue to the next stop. Luke replied. Secret data, in exchange for an All-Father level fighter. There was no downside to this deal. Straightforward and bloody. There is no problem with this. The Ancient One contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. It didn't matter whether everything Luke said was true or not. The cosmic coordinates, even if he knew it, wouldn't cause any harm. On the contrary, the help provided by the other party could ensure Strange's success in reaching the Sorcerer Supreme's position. That's the key. The Ancient One took a fancy to Strange after numerous rounds of selections. But in the end, if he didn't win the battle and passed the trial of the Vishanti, the wonderful script that he had painstakingly written would be a waste of time. After all, the Vishanti didn't care about that. They were high above, overlooking the multidimensional realms, focusing on the more magnificent picture of the universe. To the Vishanti, the position of Sorcerer Supreme, whether Strange sat on it or not, it was all the same. In another universe, Iron Man Tony Stark was the Sorcerer Supreme. Even Thor's good brother Loki almost sat in that position. That's settled. Happy collaboration, Master Ancient One. Luke laughed with satisfaction. By the way, how would you have helped Strange if I wasn't here? Before leaving, he seemed to have suddenly remembered and raised this question with a curious face. There are many ways. The Book of the Vishanti, the Cloak of Levitation, and several decades and hundreds of years of immersive training are enough to make Strange a qualified Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One smiled calmly. An emerald light flashed on his chest. That was the Eye of Agamotto. It was also the Time Stone. Sure enough, no matter how hard you try, you can't compare with the default. Luke shook his head. He pushed open the door, and the sun shone in, making his tall figure even more imposing. The Sorcerer Supreme Battle. Countdown. Start. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 300 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Please vote for this fanfic. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 289, Chapter 286 Qualified Master, Full Life, Endurance, and Defense. Strange woke up from his sleep in the living quarters of Kamataj. Are you up? Before he could open his sleepy eyes completely, a smiling voice abruptly sounded. Motherfucker. Strange was startled and subconsciously shrank to the bed corner, leaning back against the wall, making a defensive posture. He had been living alone all the time, so he was caught off guard to hear someone else's voice and inevitably overreacted. Listen, Strange, a timid person can't be the Sorcerer Supreme. The man said jokingly. How long have you been sitting here? Following the voice, Strange discovered that it was his contractor, the high-ranking master who claimed to be Superman. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the sky outside the window, and the sky was still grey. So he didn't wake up too late. Only 20 minutes, Kamataj's breakfast tastes good. Although it's a little light, we shouldn't eat too much fish and meat every day. Try a little porridge, it's good. Luke put down the Encyclopedia of Magic, and revealing his young face, he smiled. The Sorcerer Supreme battle is about to begin. With all due respect, Master Strange, you can't even get tickets to enter the stadium with your current strength. It's no wonder that the rest of Kamataj doesn't think too highly of you, since your Mordo is up all night, doing hard work, while you're in bed sleeping. Strange hung his head and was a little depressed when he heard the words of his own contractor. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I never wanted to be the Sorcerer Supreme. I just held the mindset of trying. Moreover, I heard Wong say that the Sorcerer Supreme was able to make a request to the Vishanti. I want to heal my hands. Luke raised his eyebrows without making a sound. No matter in which universe, Strange's hands had never been truly cured. Next time you enter someone else's bedroom, remember to knock. Strange stepped out of bed with a low mood. The red cloak hanging on the coat rack automatically flew over with a wave of his hand. This was the only magic item he possessed, a flexible cloak that seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It was far from enough compared with Mordo's staff of the Living Tribunal, Chanjon, and other sharp tools. Yesterday, the Sorcerer Supreme asked you to stay behind. Do you have any secrets to tell? Strange shuffled around and asked curiously. He felt that Luke's identity was becoming more and more mysterious, unlike an ordinary high-ranking master. Just an ordinary chat. Luke kept it a secret and didn't let Strange know that he was the chosen one. What if this guy became arrogant, which consequently changed the result of the Sorcerer Supreme battle? What would he do then? Dr. Strange had always had a history of this, sometimes reliable, sometimes not. Especially after joining the Illuminati, together with Iron Man, became the driving force of the Earth's destruction. It had led to all kinds of big events. You're not one of the famous masters in history, are you? Strange didn't believe it but guessed. Originally, he was only looking for Kamataj to heal his hands and return to normal life. But after seeing the wonders of the magic hall and the vastness of the dimensional world, instead of wanting to return to the world, he gradually became absorbed in various techniques and new knowledge. In this respect, Strange was different from the one in the movie universe. He was more active and willing to take responsibility. I have promised Master Ancient One to help you win this battle. With a serious face, Luke lightly said, so, Master Strange, you have to get in the spirit and prepare for the next training. Training? A touch of surprise appeared on Strange's face. He was already considered diligent and hardworking among Kamataj's hardworking masters. Apart from 3 to 4 hours of meditation lessons every day, he also went to the library to study all kinds of white magic, as well as to practice fighting and martial arts. At the craziest stage, Strange didn't even have time to sleep. When his body went to sleep, his astral projection would come out of its shell and continue to read. This was actually a test of mental power, and it also proved that he did have extraordinary talent. Compared with Mordo and Kesalius, Strange just lacked time. If this Sorcerer Supreme battle hadn't come so early, perhaps he would have been more confident and had a calmer attitude. Are you going to teach me a stronger spell? Or is there a quick method? Hearing that Luke was going to give him special training, Strange couldn't help but be bright-eyed. In his opinion, any high-ranking master would have a unique secret technique in their hands. For example, Mordo. As a great disciple of the Ancient One, he wasn't only proficient in the white magic from the Book of Vishanti but also good at summoning and dark magic. In terms of fighting power, there weren't many in Kamataj who could be his opponent. I think the Ancient One told you that when you stepped into Kamataj. Luke shook his head. Strange was not like him, having the ready-made Super Demon card. The possibility of him starting in 3 days and graduating in 5 days was too low. When you face an opponent and want to punch him, the harder you punch, the more you will hurt yourself. Like an ordinary punch, it would bring physical pain to the wielder. So, what is the cost of releasing a spell? These words should be familiar to you, right? Strange nodded as he learned his first attack spell, Crimson Bands of Cyttorak. The Ancient One didn't specifically remind him that there would be a price for casting spells. Therefore, Strange practiced and used it repeatedly without scruple. After a week, he began to vomit like crazy, vomiting out the food he had eaten, the remnants of his digestion, and even his stomach juices. For 2 whole days, Strange could not eat normally and had to lie down by the toilet to easily deal with the urge to vomit whenever and wherever it arose. This was the heavy price of overcasting. A memorable lesson. So, there is no quick way to the path of being a master. Luke quietly said. Unless you want to sell your soul to Mephisto and Dormammu, you can only do it honestly, one step at a time. Strange skimmed his lips with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As a medical school graduate and a representative of the elite class, he was actually more accustomed to taking shortcuts. Then how long did it take you to become a high-ranking master? Strange asked casually. 5 days. Luke answered. And this wasn't a shortcut. Could it be that fast? Strange's eyes widened with a shocked expression of "You must be joking." Cough cough, I'm special. Luke seemed to be a little embarrassed. He couldn't help it, who made him so good at it? However, I have other ways for you to win the battle. To change the subject, Luke threw out some very attractive bargaining chips. An hour later. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Heavy footsteps sounded in the square. The ground shook, and the stone bricks cracked as if a giant elephant had stepped on them. Are you sure this will allow me to get tickets to enter the arena and become a Sorcerer Supreme candidate? Strange said in a jarring voice. His whole body was wrapped in heavy armor, from head to toe, without leaving anything exposed. Both hands carried a huge square shield, as thick as a wall, enough to cover his whole body. Of course. This can effectively improve your survival rate to avoid being eliminated by your opponent at the beginning. Luke nodded and spoke seriously. As a qualified master, of course, it was necessary to add life, endurance, and defense. As for spells, at most, it was enough to cast Holy Light. But with this solid heavy armor, it's hard for me to move, so I can't even cast spells fast enough to join the battle. Strange panted heavily as he struggled. He hadn't reached the level of Berserker, and he wasn't tall nor sturdy. To sum up, his physique was slightly insufficient. It wasn't easy for him to hold up this heavy armor. Battle. You're a rookie who isn't even a high-ranking master, and you still want to join the crowd? Luke asked back, pretending to be surprised. Master Strange, it seems that your understanding of yourself is still lacking. Remember, the only thing you have to do is to ensure that you live and not get kicked out. Because if the candidate fails, the contractor loses the qualification to continue fighting. Luke didn't make Strange wear heavy armor and carry a shield with both hands, out of teasing or joking. In his view, the other party just needed to hide behind him silently and wait for the winning result. As for other aspects, Superman could solve any problems, smash all obstacles and defeat all the enemies. In the face of candidates who may appear in the battle, those legendary masters and hell creatures, Strange wasn't their opponent. Luke wanted to add attribute points to life, endurance, and defense to ensure that he could survive. Otherwise, no matter how strong Superman was, as long as Strange was eliminated, he would lose the qualification to continue fighting. Starting today, you have to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and run 10 kilometers every day. Luke spoke seriously. And with this heavy armor on, just keep training like that. Binge. Bonus chapters will arrive in due time. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 290, Chapter 287 bar with no doors, the candidate. Bonus chapter. Hurry up. Strange, don't dawdle. The sky was radiant with misty light, and a loud voice rang in Comatage. Wong, pour a glass of lemonade for this pussy who is even weaker than your 80-year-old grandmother and doesn't look like a master at all. Luke, Thor, and Rocket Raccoon, as well as Wong, the master who was responsible for making breakfast, were sitting on the wooden balcony, dominating the high ground. Below was the winding mountain trail, where Strange, who was wearing heavy armor, ran up with thumping sounds. His chest was like a bellows, making wheezing and gasping sounds. Reaching his destination wasn't easy. His legs were already weak, unstable, almost rolling down. Water. Give me a sip. Strange lifted his visor, his throat burning. Wong thoughtfully poured a glass of lemonade and handed over a freshly made cake. Master Strange, your body is a bit weak. You've only run 5 kilometers. Thor was picking his teeth and making sarcastic remarks. Even when he came to another universe, his daily life didn't change much. Comatage's Wi-Fi speed was good, and playing games online was no problem. I am a master, not a berserker. Strange retorted. He believed that the training Luke had imposed on him was of little use. The masters of the Comatage would indeed practice martial arts to enhance their ability to fight in close quarters. But in the end, spells and magic were the most basic and most important part. What's the point of doing 100 push-ups and squats and high-intensity physical training every day? It looks like it's time for me to teach you a lesson, Master Strange. Luke wiped his mouth clean and whispered, throw all your attacking spells at me. What? Strange was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. It was the first time he had ever heard someone make such a request. What was the difference between this and suicide? Are you sure? Strange asked hesitantly. Even high-ranking masters, without any protection, would have a hard time against a few attack spells. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely wounded. Abandon your inner doubts, don't be a pussy. Don't you even have the courage to cast spells? Or are you a coward at heart? Luke kept stimulating his opponent's emotions and laughed lightly. Strange, with all due respect, your understanding of close combat masters is too one-sided and shallow, and you know nothing about true power. Oh, is that so? In the name of Hoggoth, Oshcha, and Agamotto, I call for the divine light of Vishanti to condense the holy sword. Strange pressed his lips tightly and said no more. Sparks of magic erupted and quickly transformed into a long sword, which he held in his hand. Wong, be my witness. He asked for this. Strange held the sacred sword in his hand and slashed it down on his head. Although he was wearing heavy armor, his movement was difficult, but he didn't move any slower. The red sword cut through the air and landed on Luke's shoulder. Crack! Like fragile porcelain hitting hard steel. It instantly cracked and shattered. This. Crimson bands of Cyttorak. With an unbeliever look, Strange cast another spell. The tough chains, which emitted a deep red glow, firmly wrapped around Luke, who was standing still, and then tightened up. "Are you tickling me, Strange?" Luke simply moved his arms, causing one of the crimson chains bound to his body to break and turn into fragments. Strange was astounded. He didn't feel the slightest aura of magic. That was to say, Superman, by virtue of his extraordinary physique, was able to resist layers of attacks. That's impossible. Strange couldn't believe it. The power of magic wasn't enough to even wound a human being. "I understand how you feel, but that's just the way it is. It's important to train your mind, learn spells, and build up your magic power," Luke earnestly taught him. However, a strong body and persistent exercise are also crucial. If you want to be a high-ranking master, you must have extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could you withstand the cost of casting spells? Strange was quite touched, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "I see. I'm going to run." Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Heavy footsteps sounded again. Strange, who was exhausted, only felt his body was full of strength. He started running against the rising sun. "What you just said, was that the truth?" Looking at Strange's back disappearing into the mountain trail, Thor curiously asked. "I only told him about my own experience. Whether it works or not, Strange needs to put it into practice himself." Luke grimaced and replied vaguely. New York City, downtown. Wearing a yellow robe, Kesalius walked into a dark alley. He didn't bring his entourage and was alone. At the deep end of the alley, there was a wall. The hand with the ring slowly moved, and magical sparks jumped out, forming a circle. Kesalius walked in expressionlessly, and a lively atmosphere poured in. The smell of alcohol, mixed with perfume and a certain odd scent, was somewhat suffocating. This was a bar. Inside, it was like Halloween, with all kinds of strangely dressed guests. Some of them were dressed in medieval court costumes, wearing brightly colored, intricately patterned long dresses, sitting in the corner. Some of them looked like indigenous people from the tropical rainforest, wearing collars made of animal teeth and their faces painted. There were both gentlemen in western suits and monks in vintage robes. This was the bar with no doors. As the name implied, it had no entrance or exits. So, those guests who could sit at the table and drink and chat. They were not ordinary people but masters from all over the world. "One tequila, one deal." Kesalius walked to the bar like no one was watching, ignoring those complicated eyes that were either stunned or vigilant. However, he had recently been the man of the hour, a defector from Comatage, the fallen master who defected to Dormammu. Of course, the most shocking thing was the news that he tried to assassinate the Sorcerer Supreme and injured him. This completely stirred up the magical world. From the demons in hell down to the holy spirits in heaven, everyone heard about it. The coming Sorcerer Supreme battle had touched the nerves of all those in the know. In any case, the name Kesalius had spread. He represented endless trouble, as the masters of the mystic arts had launched a siege and a hunt. He also represented a powerful force because everyone knew that there was a dimensional demon standing behind him. "Sorry, I don't deal in this kind of business." The bartender was an old man wearing a bowler hat, vest, and white shirt. "This tequila is on me. Drink up and get out." Caecilius wasn't surprised. He took a sip of the liquor and whispered, "Monaco, you're the famous prince of magic, but you're also afraid of the Temple of the Three." The old man named Monaco, who was once a powerful master, was active in World War II and fought against the evil witches of the Axis powers. Later, he opened a bar and entered a life of retirement. "Oh, don't use such tricks." Monaco sneered and wiped the bar table. "Of course, I'm afraid of the Temple of the Three, which symbolizes absolute order, the commandment that cannot be violated." Even Mephisto, the old man, was afraid of the Sorcerer Supreme, and even the demon gods hidden in the dimensions were banished. "So, why can't an old man like me be afraid?" After a moment of silence, Caecilius pulled out a dozen gold coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the bar. The tinkling sound was quite pleasant to hear. "Ha, how generous! With a new master, you've become generous." Monaco recognized them at first glance. Those were Aztecs' cursed gold coins. It was said that the resentful souls of the dead were attached to them, and any violation of the oath would result in a curse. Once, a gang of pirates looted merchant ships and got a box of such gold coins. As a result, they became immortal. They were always hungry and never satisfied. To a master, this was a precious collection item and a medium for casting spells. "Again, I don't deal in this kind of business." Monaco just glanced at them and withdrew his eyes. "I know what you want to ask, Caecilius. A defector from Comitage wants to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Aren't you afraid of being killed on the spot?" Caecilius's expression remained unchanged. His body leaned forward, and his voice lowered. "Monaco, I have a spell on a page from the dark hold in my hands. If you insist on not doing business, I will take it out and place it on the bar. You should know very well how attractive Cthan's dark spells really are to the people in this bar. If they get into a fight, I'm afraid your bar will have to be redecorated." Monaco's face was clouded for a moment, then he gave Caecilius a stern look and said, "You win, you damned bastard. Add 4 more gold coins, and I'll give you the list of people who are interested in participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle." Caecilius slightly nodded his head and whispered, "Deal." A few minutes later, he emerged from the wall of the dark alley again with a list written in cipher in his hand. Mordo, Dr. Voodoo, Magic, Loki. Stephen Strange. Caecilius snickered. The guy at the end of the list, was this a joke? A low-ranking rookie who had only been in Comitage for 2 years also wanted to win the Sorcerer Supreme's position. Such ignorance. With a flick of Caecilius's hand, the list burst into flames and burned to ashes. In his opinion, only a few people could pose a threat to him. For example, his old friend Mordo. "I hope you don't run into me, or else." Caecilius chuckled twice, slipped on his hood, and walked out of the dark alley. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 291, Chapter 288. A bald-headed has always been a symbol of the strong. Bonus Chapter 2. Soon after Caecilius left the bar with no doors, the Sorcerer Supreme was choosing his successor. This news spread all over the magic world as if it had wings. This was equivalent to the CEO of the world's top company preparing to retire, not looking for suitable people from the management, but openly recruiting outside. For a while, it was a sensation. Whether it was true or not, its allure alone was enough to make people go crazy. However, all the masters who knew a little about the magical world and had heard of Temple of the Three and Kamataj were eager to try, as if they saw an unprecedented precious opportunity. Regardless of ability or qualification. It wouldn't hurt to try anyway, so most people were looking forward to the beginning of the Sorcerer Supreme battle with the mentality of what if they are chosen. It was like buying a lottery ticket. Before the lottery, no one could be completely sure that they would or wouldn't win. For outsiders, who didn't know the inside story and had no ability to manipulate, they were like the poor cat in Schrödinger's box, always in an unknowing state. So, when the news was detonated, even those third-rate masters who were at the bottom, and had only learned some gypsy divination tricks, relied on third-rate tricks to pretend to be mysterious, were all rubbing their hands. It seemed like they couldn't wait to show their talents, get the approval of the Vishanti, become the Sorcerer Supreme, and reach the pinnacle of life. Recently, the best-selling public magic book was no longer the Master's Study Guide, 3 years of getting started, 5 years of success, how is a master made, the Master, the Devil and the Dregs, and so on, bestseller books that were more oriented to stories. Instead, it became Summoning Ceremony, a story about Mephisto and me, do-it-yourself witchcraft, deal with the devil, 100 things to note. These titles looked impressive, but most of them were books with little substance. What they all had in common were gimmicks of quick success and shortcuts. As long as one read it, one would be able to beat the dimensional demon and become legendary within a week. Unfortunately, as Luke said, there were no quick shortcuts to the road of becoming a master. He couldn't be counted in the results. Those guys who always wanted to ascend to the top would often end up as easy targets for professional deceivers that would harvest their souls the devil. Of course, there were also the very few that got lucky, the 1 in a million as a chosen one. For example, Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. This guy used to be a nameless master, accidentally discovering the Dark Dimension. By chance, he became the ruler. This past was passed on to a large group of masters who were eager to venture into strange dimensional worlds while greatly enriching the recipes and appetites of creatures from other dimensions. In a word, the Sorcerer Supreme battle was about to start. As soon as this amazing news was released, it attracted a lot of attention and enthusiasm. Many planets outside Earth had received the news. They opened bets, gambled, waited, and analyzed the finalists. All kinds of busybodies came out to join in the fun and participated in the event in different ways. As the focus of public attention, Kamataj remained silent as always, neither making a statement nor taking any actions. Wong, do you have any tips for hair growth? I feel like my hair is falling out too quickly these days. Strange scratched the back of his head. His fingers were entwined with strands of sparse hair. As a physician, he believed that he had a healthy lifestyle, ate well, and never stayed up late. He slept 8 hours a day and exercised actively, and his family had no history of baldness or thinning hair. He couldn't lose so much hair. Was it because of the recent stress? If I had, would I look like this? Wong felt offended and sullenly said so. His shiny bald head was very conspicuous in the sun. I just thought Easterners might have some unusual but effective tips for everything. Strange said with a smile. He was worried about himself. When someone reached middle age, their smart brain would open up, hence the ancient Greek bald in the middle hairstyle. Wouldn't it be very damaging to his image? Before coming to Kamataj that year, Strange was at least a low-grade version of Tony Stark, an unruly prodigal son. If he became bald, he could only become a monk in this life. I suggest you ask Superman. He knows everything and could even joke and laugh with the Ancient One. Wong looked at Strange, who was clad in heavy armor and looked like he was already impressed by Luke. After nearly a week of arduous training, Strange, who was originally a bit thin, had become sturdier, with a mountain of strong muscles bulging from his arms. In appearance, he looked like an Asgardian berserker. Just 2 days ago, in the daily training class of Kamatage, Strange defeated a mid-rank master with his bare hands and fell to the ground. And the several spells from the other party didn't penetrate the defense of that special heavy armor. Such achievements undoubtedly gave Strange great confidence and motivated him to continue to run wildly on the unknown path of becoming a close combat master. It also showed that Superman's training was really effective. What? Hair loss? A few minutes later, Luke, who was staying in the room and playing online games with Thor, was a little surprised. He glanced at Strange in front of him and thought to himself, could it be? Would he really become a one-punch master? That. Stephen, have you ever read the Old Testament? Feeling Strange's blazing eyes, Luke cleared his throat and asked. No. I'm not a religious person, and I don't know much about the related knowledge. Strange shook his head. He used to believe in Franklin, in other words money. But now, he believed in the Trinity of Vishanti. Neither one of them had anything to do with God. There is an account in the Old Testament of Elisha, who was a Hebrew prophet. One day, as he was walking along the road, a group of mischievous children laughed at his baldness. So, Elisha cursed the children in the name of Yahweh, and suddenly, 2 female bears came out of the woods and killed the children. Tell me, Stephen, what have you learned from this story? Hearing the question, Strange first looked confused and puzzled. And then, thinking carefully, it seemed to dawn on him. Are you trying to say that insulting someone is a sin and would be punished? He replied. Wrong. I am trying to say that Elisha was ridiculed by the children for being bald, but the Lord didn't solve the problem of his baldness, but solved the mockers. Luke spoke with a straight face and a serious interpretation. This proves that even an omniscient and omnipotent Lord couldn't solve baldness. Strange was speechless. I'm not bald yet, he said in a muffled voice. Luke glanced at the thinning hair and spoke in a sympathetic tone, Strange, it's only a matter of time. Then what should I do? Strange suddenly panicked. When people reach middle age, aging and hair loss were 2 inevitable sufferings. Well, if you can't stop it, then try to accept. Luke shrugged his shoulders and encouraged, baldness is a symbol of the strong. Let me ask you something Strange, does Master Ancient One have hair? The latter shook his head. Did the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, have hair? The latter continued to shake his head. That's right. Anyone who wants to become the Sorcerer Supreme must pay a painful price. Perhaps, hair is one of them. Seeing Luke say so with conviction, Strange was partially convinced. On the one hand, reason told him that being the Sorcerer Supreme might have nothing to do with whether they were bald or not. But on the other hand, thinking about the previous 2 Sorcerer Supremes and then considering his own hair loss, his heart was faintly looking forward to it. What if this was some kind of revelation? Master Ancient One once said that he was a destined person. Could it be that he was suffering from the trials of the path toward being the Sorcerer Supreme? Stephen, put aside your worries about baldness, and let's go to New York. Luke patted the other on the shoulder, ignoring the guy who had abandoned medical fixes and his tangled mentality. The first tournament will begin in 2 days. We should go to the battlefield and get ready. Strange paused and asked, New York? That's right. Luke's mouth picked up a slight curve. He smiled lightly. Congratulations, Stephen, back to the original starting point. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 292, Chapter 289 Lonely Ex-Girlfriend, Meeting My Sister by Chance. New York has always been a big city with many disasters. Compared with it, except Washington, D.C., where the White House was located, there was probably only Tokyo in Japan. Even without the great invasion of the Shitori in the movie universe, this world's New York had still experienced many world-class catastrophes. For example, World War Hulk a few years ago, almost making the Avengers move out of the nest. They managed to subdue the angry and irrational Hulk and prevent the catastrophe in the real estate and insurance industries. Another example is the Civil War that took place even further back. This one was between Iron Man and Captain Marvel. The two clashed and fought, nearly flattening Manhattan. It was a usual day, no need to say more. Hell's Kitchen street heroes, gangster clashes. Spider-Man's old rival, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Venom, and everybody else in the Sinister Six. And so on. Compared with the studio next door, the city was different, and the style was different. In Marvel Comics, superheroes and villains were like migrant workers who flocked to the big city, all settling down in New York. As for the different Civil War, Iron Man and Captain Marvel, although in the movie universe, Tony Stark was the soul of the Avengers, with Captain America as the core. However, in the comic book world, he was actually a troublemaking machine, competing with Reed Richards. He did all kinds of things to trigger big events. It was precisely this which later led to his civil war with Captain Marvel. Later, it proved that Iron Man's anti-XX series armor was useless and was directly smashed by Carol, who didn't hold back her punches. Tony Stark himself was severely wounded and reduced to a vegetative state. With only his mind data uploaded to the network, he became an Ultron-like AI existence. All these were very different storylines from the movie universe. To sum up, New York citizens gradually became numb to flying superheroes or villains and criminals who wanted to wreak havoc. They weren't surprised anymore. At most, they would scream in a practiced manner and find a safe place to hide. Just like now, there were a bunch of guys dressed strangely, appearing in the streets. New Yorkers were oblivious. It was rush hour, and everyone was in a hurry to clock in. Only young students would take out their cell phones to take videos and post them on social media to gain a wave of likes and attention. I thought there would be a crowd around me. I didn't expect everyone to behave normally. Strange had some regrets. He used to wear a suit and a white coat, but now he wore a traditional robe every day, like an ascetic monk. Originally, he thought this unusual and strange outfit would attract the attention of passers-by, but he was disappointed. This is the post-superhero era. The Avengers are now veterans and have exited the stage. Luke looked at the bustling modern New York and smiled lightly. Currently, the second-generation superheroes are the most active. Hawkeye's daughter, the second-generation Vision, the third-generation Ant-Man, and so on. The heroes of the new generation, they are the idols of young people, today's mainstream. Strange paused. He didn't expect that he had been away from the world for only 2 years, and the outside world had been turned upside down. How do you know? He asked in confusion. Comatage isn't isolated from the rest of the world. The Wi-Fi network in my room is quite fast. They can be found on Google, and there are all kinds of superhero personal websites, superhero exclusive entries, and so on. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said so. He and Strange were both fresh faces. Among the people here, only two were relatively active, Thor and Rocket Raccoon. One was an Avengers, a superhero. The other one was a talking pet, an alien creature. Both of them made a strong appeal to those passing by. I didn't expect Jane and I would break up in this world. Thor sighed. He thought of the gossip he had read on Thor's personal website. Why can't I be happy with my girlfriend in any universe? There are 2 points in that. You aren't the Thor of this universe. Even though you are called Thor, if you run to Miss Jane Foster at this time, it is still immoral. It's the same as cuckolding yourself. Luke whispered while walking on the streets of New York. Moreover, this time you dumped Miss Foster, and you were entangled with Amora, the Enchantress, and Sif from Asgard. In a nutshell, you're the scumbag. Thor couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. It's really enviable. Getting 3 at once. Disdainful. He coughed twice and changed the subject. Where are we going? Bar with no doors. Luke answered. We need to collect some intelligence about our opponents so Strange could make a reasonable defense plan. He had invariably become the team leader, leading Strange, who should be the protagonist, and Thor and Rocket, who were accompanying the team, to move forward. Habit was a terrible thing. It would unknowingly make people dependent, and it was difficult to change. Luke was always able to solve every problem they encountered and answer every doubtful question, like an all-purpose encyclopedia. Things continued like this, and with repetition, implicit authority was gradually established. Why do I feel like you're the one who is going to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, thinking about all the aspects? Strange was somewhat depressed. As a former neurosurgeon, he was once the top in the industry, and he was rather proud. That's because you aren't good at socializing, and your popularity is very poor. You're an inexperienced rookie. Luke faintly replied. The Sorcerer Supreme battle has been held for many years and has even become a lively event in many dimensions across the universe. This little rabbit has logged into the All-Star Forum founded by the Grandmaster and has collected all the data and information from the past events. First of all, in this battle, there is no threshold to participate, either a creature from hell or a fallen master, anyone can participate. No one is excluded. Secondly, there are 3 events. 8 candidates will be selected in the entry round and will then advance to the final round to be qualified to meet the Vishanti. Finally, the final round will be held to choose the sole winner. The most mysterious one is the trial of the Vishanti. It has a different theme every time. But no one told you about this. Wong rarely surfed the internet and didn't understand it. Strange was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Superman to be so prepared. The Vishanti had selected the many Sorcerer Supremes before. He subconsciously asked. No. This battle isn't for selecting the Sorcerer Supreme, but a test. Luke walked to a wall that had a half-covered poster on it. He conveniently pulled out a sling ring to form a transmission portal. Being the Sorcerer Supreme means you can't rest on your laurels. The Vishanti will regularly examine the person sitting in that position. If someone could replace them, then, that person's title and identity would be taken away. When Strange heard the answer, his heart thumped. This meant that the company would conduct annual performance appraisals, and the unqualified staff would be dismissed. He didn't realize that the Trinity of Vishanti was also an old capitalist. Strange's head had just come up to the idea of irreverence, then quickly erased it. Bar with no doors, here it is. As soon as Luke and others came in, they saw that it was overcrowded. Everyone was either trading magic items or whispering. Alcohol, tobacco, perfume, marijuana, all kinds of smells were mixed together, making them frown. By the way, who has anything of value on them? You know, like valuable antiques or magic items. Luke managed to find a seat, patted Strange on the shoulder, and motioned to take out his wallet. Sorry, I don't have any. Strange's face flushed with embarrassment. He explained, you know, although I used to have some financial resources, I have spent all of them on finding a cure. You can say that I'm bankrupt now. As for magic items, there's nothing but this cloak. Then you should take the cloak out too. Pa. Rocket was straightforward. But before his words were done, he was smacked by Strange's red cloak. The cloak of levitation seemed to have a mind of its own and expressed its dissatisfaction in this way. So, you're a poor man. Luke bluntly said so. And you taking part in that Sorcerer Supreme battle. No money, no strength, no friends. Stephen, you'd better go to sleep early like good little boys. Strange's heart suffocated. He used to wear luxury watches, drive sports cars, and lived in a luxury apartment for the elite class. Now, he was actually rejected and said to be poor. Fine, I'm going to go find some female friends I know over at. Strange gritted his teeth. He used to be a prodigal lover, with good looks, excellent skills. He was quite famous in the female upper-class circle. Getting benefits wasn't shameful. He thought to himself. How long has it been since you've looked in the mirror? Luke's face looked odd as if he was holding back a laugh. Stephen, please take a look at yourself. You're unshaven, with rough skin and a decadent temperament. The most important thing is that you are proud of your luck, don't get me wrong. I mean, your stable hands have been abandoned, and you are no longer the young elite with high income. Do you think they would still value you? With one word, critical damage had struck Strange's heart. He was a charming lover in the eyes of the masses. But after only 2 years, he had changed from delicious fresh meat to a piece of disgusting old bacon. Thor, listen, you're the Prince of Asgard. Why don't you go back to the palace and bring some good stuff out? Rocket Raccoon jumped onto Thor's shoulders and came up with a nasty idea. The latter was unresponsive, and his eyes were fixed on a sultry back near the bar. Hey, just now, you said your heart only has Jane, and now, you old hound. Rocket Raccoon was quite disgusted, and the new words he learned from the internet popped out of his mouth. What are you talking about? I just think she looks like Loki. Thor was unmoved, his eyes locked onto the graceful, charming back like nails. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 293, Chapter 290 Brother and Sister, Political Marriage. Loki. Following Thor's gaze, Luke caught a glimpse of a beautiful back. The wavy long black hair hung down, and the gentle and graceful curve suddenly tightened at the slender waist. Then going down, it became round again, drawing a beautiful shape. Gently swaying, exuding a charming feeling. The pair of brown leather boots wrapped around the long, tight legs. Occasionally, she would turn aside, revealing her side profile. Those slender eyebrows and thin red lips made people feel the urge to capture them. A dangerous stunner, Luke silently commented. She was like a magnet, with powerful attraction. In addition to making Thor unable to move his eyes, it also turned him into a stalker. Other men in the bar couldn't help but glance over. Such charm. Is she Loki, your rebellious brother who brought the Chitauri and Thanos to Earth and caused the Great War in New York? Luke glanced around, took a sip from his glass, and jokingly said, "If Loki was that charming, I don't mind being your brother-in-law. But she really looks like him." Thor scratched his head. He had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the back that was leaning near the bar. Loki loves green, likes luxurious and exquisite robes and accessories, and only drinks Asgard's Palm Springs wine. The corner of Luke's mouth twitched slightly as he heard the God of Thunder in front of him, listing his brother's habits and hobbies as if they were his own. Truly Asgard's #1 brother. She, on the other hand, is drinking Asgard's Palm Springs wine and wearing a green cloak, flamboyant and elegant, just like Loki. Thor said to himself. Since his brother died at the hands of Thanos, he had a heartbreaking period. Therefore, he would indulge in fast food and games to escape from this cruel reality. To be honest, Thor, who lost everything, sincerely hoped that his troublemaker brother would still use that last wonderful trick of feigning death and escape like he had when he faced the Dark Elves before. Unfortunately, as Thanos said, Loki was really dead. Luke's snap fingers only brought back people that disappeared, which did not include the God of Mischief. Then you go and strike up a conversation, by the way, ask if she could lend you some money. If it's really Loki, I believe she won't refuse her brother's request. Luke patted Thor on the shoulder and pushed him out of the seat. The old bartender has been staring at us for a while, and if we linger on, he would probably come over and drive people out. Thor was at a loss for words, like a young man without a partner at the prom. After a few deep breaths, the Prince of Asgard walked towards the back with heavy steps. His heart had expectations and worries. It would be nice to see his brother Loki again. But his brother suddenly became a sister, which was a bit strange. He doesn't seem to have much experience with striking up conversations. Strange was somewhat amused. Watching people make fools of themselves often lightened up his mood. Weak human magician, you must know that Thor is the Prince of Asgard. Perhaps on your planet, the king's son needs to initiate a conversation to pick up a girl. Rocket looked at Strange, who was ready to eat some popcorn, with contempt. He had a good relationship with Thor, although the other party always thought of him as a rabbit or a raccoon. Hereditary aristocrats and monarchs is a backward system. Strange curled his lips. He didn't want to quarrel with a pet. If the Loki of this universe is a girl, doesn't that mean that Thor could book a political marriage? Luke leaned against his chair, his thoughts diverging. Odin originally wanted to put Loki, a descendant of the frost giant, together with Thor, so they could cultivate feelings. Thus, the 1,000-year blood feud between Jotunheim and Asgard would be resolved, and a bridge of peace would be established. Unfortunately, this plan wasn't realized. Loki's pursuit of power, or his determination to prove himself, led him to oppose Thor. Later on, he even made a mess, framing his brother and stealing the throne. But change your mind and assume Loki was a girl. When she grew up, she could enter an engagement with Thor, starting a political union between Asgard and Jotunheim. Hiss. The perfect script. I don't know what Thor in this universe is like. Luke's mouth slightly curled. He didn't mind attending an Asgardian royal wedding. It's just. Superman thought of another problem. If Thor in the movie universe had a good impression of Loki in this world, they might come together. What should he call his other self? Brother-in-law. The relationship between men and women in the context of parallel universes was really confusing. Luke shook his head, collected his thoughts, and waited for Thor's performance. What should I say to start off with, Loki, long time no see? Or, Loki, it's so good to see you. And then give her a hug. While getting closer and closer to the bar and the beautiful back, Thor began to panic. His heart was racing, his palms were sweating, and unconsciously he felt nervous. It was like the excitement and apprehension he felt on his first date with Jane. Hello. Get lost. Before Thor spoke, a burly guy with a beard suddenly pushed him away. Then, the other party covered the edge of the bar table with both hands and surrounded the beautiful woman, who was drinking alone. A bush of dark chest hair was exposed, emitting a strong body odor, causing the latter to frown slightly. Hey beautiful, have you ever heard of Grand Master Landry of the Upper East Side of New York? He's my uncle. The burly man, who came out of nowhere, opened his mouth, and the smoky smell of alcohol sprayed out of his face. Coupled with that greasy fat face, it was vomit-inducing. Never heard of him. The woman in the green cloak with a slender waist spoke indifferently. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Can you leave me alone? You remind me of a pigsty in the countryside. The man should be drunk. He was a little sloppy. His brain was completely controlled by his lower body. The eyes stared straight at the tall woman as if he couldn't wait to eat the other party up. My home is very big, wanna come over and see? Hey! A palm pressed on the shoulder of the strong man, followed by an angry voice. She told you to stay away, didn't you hear? You stupid pig! The dim light of the bar revealed Thor's handsome face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't even care about Asgard's royal etiquette and popped out a foul word. Any brother, seeing his sister being harassed, would certainly be angry. Of course, if it were a brother, that would be fine. The burly man loosened his hands and turned around. Before he could spit out the smell, an iron fist smashed his face. Thor slightly retained a trace of reason and didn't hit too hard. Otherwise, he could have directly popped his opponent's brain. That disgusting burly man, like a broken kite, knocked over a table and fell heavily to the ground. The bridge of his nose cracked apart. Like an open faucet, his blood flowed, covering his fat distorted face. A painful groan followed. My uncle is Grand Master Landry. You're going to die. These unintimidating words weren't taken seriously by Thor. No matter how Grand Master Landry is, could he be compared to Odin? Thor. How did you? The woman who caused the commotion looked surprised and then shook her head. What's wrong with that eye of yours? No. You're not Thor. How could that guy let someone touch his hair and cut it short? She saw the fake eyeball and the different hairstyle and couldn't help but doubt him. You're really Loki. Thor's reaction was even more surprising. He didn't expect his younger brother would become a sister. Who are you? Say it. Somehow a dagger appeared in Loki's hand and pressed against Thor's neck. How dare you impersonate that fool, Thor? What have you done with him? Sitting in the corner, Luke lamented, what a touching scene, brother and sister meeting. Sibling love as deep as the sea. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 294, Chapter 291 A brother and a sister that ran away from home. Loki. There was a sharp dagger at Thor's neck, but his heart was touched. Truly worthy of being his younger sister. She cared about him. But his emotions didn't last long. Loki's next sentence shattered the good feeling. Shut up, you fake. You can do anything you want to that fool Thor. But messing with Odin would be a problem. Loki's voice was cold, and a hint of annoyance danced in her eyes. No matter what you did to Thor, remember to find a knowledgeable master and block Heimdall's sight. And stay away from me, don't get me involved. Was this the legendary relationship between brother and sister? Give back my feelings. Thor couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that no matter which universe Loki, they would still be so genuine. My stupid brother, sister, Heimdall, wouldn't be watching me. The real Thor should still be in Asgard. He took a step back. His right hand came out like lightning, squeezing Loki's white wrist and twisting it outward, snatching the enchanted dagger with his free hand. Remember, the next time you threaten someone, you have to stare into his eyes so that you can judge his next move. When the dagger was taken away, Loki didn't panic but only raised her eyebrows in slight surprise. This was what Thor once said when she was sparring with her. Gee, what about this move? Loki didn't change her expression, and one long leg lifted upwards. Right between the legs. The pain was unbearable. The bar guests looked at the lively scene. All the men couldn't help but hiss. This kick was too ruthless. It hurt to look at. Thor's face was twisted, and his legs were clamped as if he had suffered an unprecedented blow. Loki, that bastard, never used this trick when he confronted him before. Hey, you two. Seeing that the scene became more and more chaotic and the disturbance continued to grow, the old bartender had to intervene to stop it. Take the mess outside. The bar with no doors doesn't welcome troublemakers. Loki's face showed a touch of impatience, and he whispered, "Where is the news I want? We've been waiting for half an hour. Is it still not ready?" "Madam, the news you want is quite extraordinary. I have to verify through multiple channels before I can sell it to you." The old bartender smiled and replied. "The reputation of the bar with no doors has always been guaranteed, and my rule has always been to do business with the right people at the right price." Loki didn't say anything else and sat back in the high chair at the bar. She came to the bar with no doors with the same intention as Luke. This was Monaco's territory. Being too presumptuous would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he was now a good-tempered old bartender, he was well known in the magic world, nicknamed the Prince of Magic. The fact that he was named Prince shows how powerful he was. This was just like if an ordinary person called himself Sorcerer Supreme. That would be going too far, and they would be sacked and beaten up. Without enough strength, how could anyone take up a resounding moniker? Speaking of Monaco, his father, a British missionary, took his family to India and was attacked by a group of primitive natives. His parents were sacrificed to an evil god as an offering. As a baby, Monaco survived due to its lack of importance. The tribal chief was a voodoo warlock and knew dark magic. He discovered Monaco's talent, changed his mind, and decided to cultivate him seriously. The story that happened later was similar to the conventional dog blood nightly soap opera. Monaco learned the truth. On one side were his murdered parents, a deep-seated hatred from infancy. On the other hand, they were the tribes he grew up with from childhood, nurturing love and inner bond. Complex intertwined feelings left him unsure of how to choose. Therefore, young Monaco fled his hometown and began a long traveling career. There were a few things about him that were relatively well known. First, he was the legendary sorcerer who eliminated the Axis powers' evil witch during World War II and made a great name for himself. Secondly, Monaco loved to raise rabbits and treated them as treasures. For him, rabbits were a part of life. Gossip has it that the key reason why Monaco hated the evil witch of the Axis was that the bitch ate the rabbits he raised. Since then, it had been a bloody vendetta, resulting in a great disaster. Therefore, the rabbit raised by Monaco was equivalent to the dog raised by John Wick. If anyone touched them, they would definitely die miserably. Loki, despite your indifferent attitude, I'm still very happy. I'm glad to see you again. Thor got up with great difficulty by covering his crotch in a very unpleasant position. He held the bar with one hand, forcing a smile onto his twisted face. Loki's beautiful brow slightly frowned. This silly-looking guy wasn't really her brother, was he? But when did Thor go crazy? And a short haircut. His body looks like he gained a few. Are you really Thor? Let me ask you something. When we were 8 years old, we had a fight. Why? Loki stared at Thor, who looked at him with a foolish face. You turned a frog into a cake made by Mother and put it on Sif's dinner plate, scaring her to tears. So, I gave you a hard lesson. Thor answered without thinking. Let me ask you again. What is the most shameful thing in Thor's life that no one else knows? The corners of Loki's mouth curled up, and her eyes flashed as if she remembered something interesting. Can you ask a different question? Thor was a little embarrassed. No. Loki's attitude was firm. I wore a Valkyrie battle armor, secretly, in private. Thor hesitated for a long time and spoke in a whisper. When he was a child, he worshipped the Valkyrie, one of Odin's most powerful legions. The heroic female warriors once made Thor long for them. Dressing in women's clothing was naturally an unspeakable past for the Prince of Asgard, who considered himself brave and fearless. Are you really Thor? Now it was Loki's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect that the guy was standing in front of her to be real. But how did you become like this? Loki subconsciously reached out and touched Thor's injured right eye, then quickly withdrew her hand. That old bastard Odin, he couldn't have let you fall this far. Thor grimaced and said calmly, it's too long to say. Our sister wanted to be the ruler, and to prove who the most suitable one was, we fought. Loki's eyes widened, her thin lips tightened, and she angrily said, Odin has an illegitimate daughter, behind Mother's back. Obviously, her thinking was far off the mark. It's too complicated to explain overnight. Thor changed the subject. He was happy to see Loki alive in front of him, albeit with a change in gender. Then why are you fat? Loki looked down, held out a finger, and poked Thor's slightly bulging belly. Cough cough, let's talk about something else like, how did you end up here? Thor changed the subject again. He didn't want to talk too much about his body. It was normal to eat delicious food every day and gain some weight. You learned magic from Mother, and you're an excellent illusionist, so you could participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Did you get Father's permission? From the conversation between Loki and the old bartender Monaco, Thor could probably guess what the former wanted to do. Because of the Sorcerer Supreme battle, the bar was booming with business during this period, and there were many customers buying information. Humph. It's not your problem. When that old bastard Odin reprimanded me, how come you didn't stand up for me? But now you care about me. Hypocrite. At the mention of Odin, Loki instantly lost her temper. The original gentle face instantly went cold. She ran away from home. This info is free. If you want to know why, you can buy my reliable information. Monaco, who was wiping the bar table, gave Loki a look. Mind your own business, Monaco. You can't get involved in Asgard's affairs. The Princess of Asgard threatened. Forget it. Monaco raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. I just wanted to do some business, nothing else. Did you run away from home? Thor grabbed Loki's wrist. What happened to Asgard to make Loki leave the palace and come to Midgard? It's none of your business. When I become Sorcerer Supreme, I can. Anyway, I have my own plan. Loki shrugged off her older brother, showing an ugly expression. While the two siblings were at a standstill, Luke stepped in between the two and stood in the middle. There's always an answer to any question. It's just a matter of when to answer. He made a casual remark to lighten the mood and winked at Thor in the process. You'd better get down to business. Thor remembered his original purpose, coughed awkwardly, and whispered softly, Loki, can you lend me some money? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 295, Chapter 292 Gathering Intelligence, Battle Plan. When you left Asgard, you didn't bring anything of value. Don't you have the currency from Midgard? But you should always have valuable jewelry, or you can pawn your hammer, right? Loki sneered with disgust while taking out a small bag of rare gold coins minted by the dwarfs and threw it on the bar table. She said no, but her body was very honest. Thank you, Thor's sister, for your generosity. Luke, who was standing by, laughed a little and whispered to Monaco, the bartender, about their order. By the way, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Loki, who had no pockets or bags all over her body. Where did the bag of heavy gold coins come from? Or do women have a natural talent for hiding things? Asgard, Mjolnir. Thor's eyes were a little bleak. In his universe, the great Asgard was gone. There was no such thing as Asgard anymore. As for his beloved hammer, Mjolnir had long been crushed by his violent older sister Hela. Thinking about it, Thor felt the urge to get drunk again. Only by enjoying tons and tons of it could he alleviate his inner sorrow. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. After business was settled, Monaco was smiling. He always had a good attitude and patience when dealing with rich customers. Especially generous guests like Loki and her poor brother Thor. One was rich, the other had the background, and they were all high-quality customers worth pursuing. The upcoming Sorcerer Supreme battle would create several times more business for the bar with no doors than usual. This made Monaco very happy. After all, raising a rabbit might not cost much. However, it took a lot of money to keep a wild rabbit farm running properly. Why did you come to Midgard? To see your human girlfriend without telling Odin again. Loki didn't inquire about the identities of Luke, Strange, and the others. She just angrily looked at Thor in front of her. When they were in Asgard, he hooked up with Sif and had an affair with the enchantress, Amora. Later, he was banished to Midgard by Odin because of his mistakes and fell in love with a human girl. No. Thor spoke vaguely. He didn't know whether or not to say that he actually came from another universe and was not the same Thor as the one in this universe. Oh, you're still a poor liar. When Loki saw her brother's avoidance, she thought she had guessed correctly and grunted coldly. She looked up at Thor, who was getting worse and worse. He was poor and fat, but only his silly stupidity remained unchanged. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Loki waved her hand and continued, don't follow me. I had a hard time avoiding Heimdall's sight and escaping from Asgard. Don't ruin my plans. Thor frowned slightly and stopped Loki, who was getting up to leave. Like a brother finding his rebellious sister who had run away from home, he sighed, go home, Loki. The Sorcerer Supreme battle is dangerous, and those legendary masters, or advocates of the dimensional gods standing behind them, might be involved. This is a dangerous game. A game with mortal risk. You shouldn't get involved. These days, Rocket searched for information on the All-Star forum set up by the Grandmaster and read many posts about the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Although it hadn't started yet, the well-known candidates interested in participating right now were Mordo, a great disciple of the Ancient One, the famous voodoo doctor, and Mephistopheles. People from all walks of life jumped out one after another, expressing their desire to seize this opportunity to fight for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Although Loki was an excellent master of illusion and a qualified god of mischief. But against the strong in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, that might not be enough. Asgard's magic system was different from Earth's. As the leader of the gods of Asgard, Odin held the unique Draupnir. Of course, Loki, who wasn't qualified to inherit the throne, didn't get the item. What she studied was witchcraft and illusion magic that her mother, Frigga, was good at. What's wrong with you? You sound just like that old bastard Odin. Loki turned her back, she didn't want to pay attention to Thor. That, you should maintain due respect for our father. Thor wasn't angry but kept talking. He is sometimes rather old-fashioned, wanting to establish his own majestic image, but no matter what, you are. Loki was going crazy. She never knew Thor was so naggy. But strangely enough, she didn't seem to hate it. At least, he was better than that careless, reckless, and conceited Thor. I'm going with Strange to the New York Sanctum. He needs a new outfit. Luke interrupted Thor, who kept trying to persuade. He had no time or mood to meddle in Asgard's family affairs for the time being. You can either follow your sister or go back to Comatage and wait for news. Thor glanced at Loki and decided to stay with the other party. Only when something lost was recovered would we know how to cherish it. He had already lost his dear brother once, and he didn't want to lose his newly met sister again. If you have to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, then let me be your contractor. Thor stared at Luke and others who disappeared at the portal and spoke to Loki. I'm a competent fighter, definitely much better than others. Loki was a little excited, but when she saw Thor, who had put on a little weight and had a slight belly, she felt suspicious. Was the combat power of this thing reliable? Why are we going to the New York Sanctum? Strange asked. He had already gotten first-hand information from the bar with no doors. The next step should be to formulate a relevant battle plan for those competitors. I looked at the list of candidates who are interested in participating in the battle, and there are a few dangerous guys besides your acquaintance Mordo. Luke opened the transmission channel and walked out of the bar with no doors. You need to change your heavy armor, find a good forging master and improve the magic resistance. Strange nodded his head. He had accepted that he was a master but had to physically fight at the battle line with full stamina and defense. Since the last time, when he knocked down a mid-ranked master, Strange seemed to experience the joy of close combat. What about Thor? We're going to leave him there. Rocket hadn't forgotten his best friend. Put away your unnecessary worry. He only has Loki, the haughty and cunning princess of Asgard, in his eyes right now. Luke chuckled lightly. He won't care about other people and other things. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 296, Chapter 293. This thing, better than a magic wand. I didn't expect Master Hamir to be so talkative. He was usually very serious and had a stern face as if everyone owed him money. Strange arrived at the New York Sanctum and, with the excuse of participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, proposed to the Sanctum's manager to build a heavy defensive armor with high magic resistance and sufficient strength. Master Hamil, who was the master for the New York Sanctum, readily agreed to do so and, unusually, did not mention the cost of materials and labor. It was important to know that, when the master of a sanctum built equipment, they needed to bring their own materials and pay for forging. Gifting it away for free was a non-existent thing. Although the Temple of the Three and Kamataj were a big family, their economic strength was actually quite limited. Master Wong wanted to eat a tuna sandwich, but he had no money to buy it. Strange, who became the Sorcerer Supreme, had to worry about what to eat for lunch. This showed that they were really not well off. Oh, if it weren't for the Ancient One to open the back door for you, he might not even talk to you. Luke thought silently. Strange was a newcomer with no foundation. He wanted to win the battle for supremacy and become the new Sorcerer Supreme. The difficulty was probably the same as letting Wong load himself into a cannon and launch himself into the sun while playing the accordion. The probability was almost zero. Without Luke's intervention, the Ancient One would have made all sorts of small plans and supported Strange by force. Such secret Black Ops type movements were no psychological burden on the old man. As long as he could retire early and end his long stay at work, the Ancient One didn't mind losing a little bit of moral integrity. Anyway, it wasn't worth much. Maybe Master Hamir is a good person with a cold face and warm heart, so he might use the best materials for you and invite the best forging master. Luke didn't point it out and just echoed his words. Of course, this was a bit of an oddity to the ears of those in the know. The people of Kamataj are honest and simple, and the masters who graduated from there are all good people. Strange believed it and cheerfully said so. At this time, he didn't realize that he was actually the chosen one, the real protagonist. Those competitors who worked hard with blood, sweat, and tears for the position of Sorcerer Supreme were just EXP for him. By the way, do you need any weapons? Luke looked at the master blacksmith's design drawings, thinking about preparing a big weapon for Strange. They already had a shield for defense, and now they needed to add some attack means. Berserker axe, head-piercing staves, all seemed to be very violent. Luke was amazed. The masters in the New York Sanctum were even more fierce than warriors. Strange scratched his head and asked, "Is there any kind of weapon that's relatively easy to carry and powerful. Let me see, this fits your needs perfectly. Luke searched for a while for a drawing and picked out the one he thought was most suitable as a weapon. AK-47 Beast, exclusive to VIP players. Not only does it come with special magic breaking, special armor breaking bullets, but they can also be hidden in a shield, and when the enemy isn't ready, you'll pull it out and fire a volley of bullets. It will have a miraculous effect. Binge/note, AK-47 Beast pick in paragraph comments. Remember, when shooting, you must say, Master, times have changed, or this thing is much better than a wand. This could hit your opponent's morale and raise your fighting spirit. Strange took the drawing, looked at it seriously for a moment, and hesitantly said, as a master, isn't using hot weapons too despicable? An automatic rifle with magic damage, this kind of thing was simply the enemy of all masters. He could imagine how much of a mental impact it would have on his opponent to pull out an AK-47 Beast from his shield while they were bombarding each other with spells, with blue fire coming out of the muzzle, blazing away. On the battlefield, it's important to be upright and honest, but most people like that don't end up well. Luke was very earnest, like a life mentor. There's a common saying in the East, a general who leads an army in battle will not reject the use of trickery, deceitful strategies, or tactics to overcome his enemies. Stephen, you should put down your inner moral shackles and look at things from a higher level. Strange's expression was serious. Although he didn't quite understand what Luke was talking about at a higher level, it should be quite reasonable from the serious tone and sharp eyes of the other party. Soon, the magic-resistant armor and an enchanted version of the AK-47 Beast were successfully ordered. A few days later, the bronze bell of Comatage rang, and the leaders of the three sanctums were all present. The selection for the Sorcerer Supreme was officially opened today. Master Hamill, have the tokens been sent out? An elderly Master Grant asked, raising his head. He was the manager of the London Sanctum and a highly respected practitioner. Yes, it has been sent out. There are 42 tokens in total, which means that there will be 42 participants in this entrance race. The scarred face Master Hamir nodded. The tokens were one kind of magic item from Comatage. It was equivalent to an invitation or an admission ticket. Holders could enter the competition venue, the Dream Dimension, to participate in the first trial. Has Mordo gone in? Master Grant looked to the sky. A long and narrow gap slowly expanded like a ferocious wound that was constantly torn open. Behind the dark fissures, there was a splash of light and color, like countless kinds of paint mixed on the canvas, revealing a magnificent and dreamy feeling. That was the arena, the Dream Dimension. A law of reality was ineffective, and it was full of strange and unknown things, a dangerous world. Mordo chose to shoulder this responsibility. This is a good thing. Master Hamir whispered. The Sorcerer Supreme position represents not only great power but also a heavy burden, with the Vishanti constantly testing it and the dimensional demons eyeing Earth. If you do not have a strong enough heart and a pure spirit to resist all kinds of temptations, you won't be able to bear the honor. Mordo has been with the Sorcerer Supreme for many years. He isn't only superior in strength, but also a good choice in character and morality. This time, he was recognized by the three legendary masters and signed a contract with Merlin, the Great Master. I think he has a great chance of passing the final trial. Master Hamir was full of confidence in Mordo. What about Stephen Strange? He's the second master of the mystic arts that Comatage chose. Master Hector, who had been silent, asked. He cared more about Stephen Strange, the newcomer, than Mordo, who had received a lot of attention. As the oldest mystic, Hector had heard the Ancient One talk about the choice of successors. That was a chosen one who had the courage, wisdom, and perseverance far superior to ordinary people. I heard that the contractor he found was extraordinary, and he was personally interviewed by the Sorcerer Supreme before. Master Grant slightly shook his head and smiled lightly. I don't think there's a stronger contractor than Merlin, the Great Master. He's a famous legend. He's only one step away from becoming a god. Half of the tokens have entered the arena. Master Hamir watched the clear image projected in the hall, and then a touch of anger rose in his eyes. Caecilius. That traitor is here too. Master Grant remained silent and slowly spoke after a while. As long as he holds a token, he's qualified to participate. This is in line with the rules of the battle. A fallen mage who has thrown himself into Dormammu's arms covets after the Sorcerer Supreme's seat. Such ignorance. Master Hamir grunted with displeasure. 10 minutes later, all the participants with tokens had entered, and many of them were familiar faces in the magic world. Let's wait and see who will win. Master Hector stared at Strange, strolling through the dream dimension, and thought to himself, this is a tough challenge, and if you aren't adequately prepared, you could easily be eliminated from the tournament. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 297, Chapter 294 Dream Dimension, Mind Maggots. The dream dimension was a bizarre and peculiar world. It existed in people's subconscious and could only be accessed by secret masters who knew how to pull the soul out of the body. Most dimensional worlds had masters. Like Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension, and Cyttorak, Lord of Oblivion. The Dream Dimension, whose owner was called Nightmare, was also a powerful demon. His ability, probably an infinitely magnified version of Freddy, could create things out of thin air in the dream dimension and generate his own reality. Usually, it had no sense of existence, like a small transparent nobody. The venue of this entry-level battle was set here, so the test must also be related to dreams. This is people's subconscious mind. The flashing light is a nightmare. Strange walked in a glittering passage, surrounded by dense, firefly-like dots of light floating around. Those were the nightmare entities that were manifested by human beings in the material world. If one knew how to meditate, an enlightened soul could easily infiltrate someone's dream and do whatever it wanted, but here they couldn't. Because this area of business was under the care of a dimensional demon, Nightmare. The negative emotions and spiritual strength brought by nightmares were the nourishment on which he depended for survival. Snatching food from a dimensional demon's mouth was tantamount to playing a fraudulent scam with Mephisto, or looking for a loan from the Sorcerer Supreme and not repaying it. Any normal person who had a passable IQ was unlikely to do so. It's almost time. Strange held up his right hand as if he was holding a torch. The pure white light radiated out and dispelled those hostile dream creatures. As an entrance ticket, the circular token was slightly warm, guiding him in a certain direction. There were only 8 candidates, and the entry competition screened out the redundant and unqualified participants. That was to say, there were now 42 masters with great strength in the dream dimension. Most of them would be eliminated. When you think about it, there's a lot of pressure in this competition. Strange was a little nervous. According to the rules, he had to arrive at a designated place first. Then, put the obtained token into a magic furnace. This was only the first step, and there were even more difficult challenges ahead. I wonder how many people are watching this battle. Strange walked slowly. There was no end to this glittering passage. This dimension had no concept of time, and the soul had no heartbeat and pulse, so it was impossible to judge how long time had passed. Anyway, when Strange walked out of the tunnel, he saw a huge furnace 3 people high, which was exactly his goal. Here we are. The magic cloak fluttered slightly, holding Strange up. He threw the heated token in his hand. The long-extinguished magical furnace reacted as if a spark had fallen into a frying pan, exploding violently. The magical flame burned like a dazzling pillar of light, radiating outward in a circle of substantial ripples. This is... Strange was a bit surprised by the sudden turn of events. The reignited magic furnace turned into a bright lighthouse. And the brilliant light seemed to carry some kind of huge temptation, as if like sending out a signal, and gradually attracting those dream creatures. Is this a test of strength or courage? Aware of the danger, Strange held the staff in his right hand and held up the small energy shield in his left hand, which was the shield of the Seraphim. Kamataj's entry-level spells were compulsory. When he was ready for the battle, a thick crimson wave swept over. The hills rose and spread toward the endless horizon, and the harsh sound of squeaking was heard. "Those are mind maggots!" Strange exclaimed. The surging and mighty crimson waves were composed of endless maggots. They were only the size of palms, and they looked like big eyeballs. They had piranha-like sharp teeth in their cracked mouths, which looked terrifying. Tens of thousands of such insects could almost kill people with intensive phobias on the spot. It seems that this would be a test of endurance. Strange had no other specialty but a good memory. After all, he wanted to graduate from medical school with excellent grades, but he had no strength. He instantly remembered what he had read in the Encyclopedia of the Magical World. Mind maggots, which specialized in feeding on mental energy, could eat people's thoughts and melt away a master's will. The token will burn for 6 hours, so make sure it isn't extinguished. An old voice came down from above, like a thunderclap, shaking Strange's eardrums. This is the first test you will face. Mind maggots. Luke and Rocket were staying in the bar with no doors. The big screen in the center of the room was showing the current competition. Among the guests here, some people recognized those screeching and terrifying maggots. Ha 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 ha, this is a tough one. The stronger the mental power and the stronger the will of the master, the easier it was to attract those mind maggots. A customer said gloatingly. Participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle had always been a high-risk and low-yield event. The test set by the Vishanti didn't guarantee everyone's safety. If someone could survive, they were often already very capable. As for being the final winner, it depended on luck and strength. Monaco, can you adjust the picture? I want to see that beautiful woman with long legs. Someone said. Currently, the protagonist on screen was Dr. Voodoo, a muscular man with dark skin and thick braids. People preferred to see a hot woman with a sultry body than a big black man. Then you can talk to the Grandmaster. It's not like I have anything to do with it. The old bartender, Monaco, held a glass of whiskey and slowly sipped it. It was unlikely that Kamataj would publicize the Sorcerer Supreme battle, let alone broadcast it to the public. This wasn't their style. The reason why they could see the live broadcast of the competition was that, outside Earth, among the stars in the universe, there was an elder of the universe who loved games and was passionate about gambling. His real name was Endwi Gast, more commonly known as Grandmaster. Do you know how many credits it cost me to buy the rights to broadcast from the forum? Monaco grunted. If you like it, watch. If you don't, piss off. The elder, Prince of Magic, revealed his tough side. Just watch the game, watch the game. Some said, keeping the peace. I didn't expect the Grandmaster would be so playful. He actually broadcasted the Sorcerer Supreme battle live. Luke sighed. As an elder of the universe whose strength was on par with the Ancient One, the Grandmaster could do such a thing. Other people would have to consider whether their heads were sturdy enough and whether they could stand a magic head shot by the Sorcerer Supreme. After a few minutes, the screen that stayed on Dr. Voodoo switched to Loki. The bar was immediately filled with cheers and the sound of tons and tons of liquor shots. Facts had proven that beautiful women were always popular in any situation. Wait, the big guy next to Loki, is that Thor? Luke was watching the live broadcast when he suddenly found a familiar figure. Who else would wear such an exaggerated cloak and armor besides him? Rocket sipped his juice and spat it out. Thor in the picture was surrounded by dense mind maggots, and his soul flashed with thunder lightning, which could clear away large swarms of worms every time. Binge. It's that time of the week. You know the deal. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Please, vote. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 298, Chapter 295 Using Love to Generate Electricity, Blind and Foolish. Crackle. Thunder and lightning flashed, woven into a net-like snake, smashing into the surrounding space, instantly sweeping away the swarming mind maggots. Thor turned his head excitedly and asked loudly, Loki, I'm good, aren't I? The latter covered her face and didn't want to bother with that silly face full of smiles. Her brother, son of Odin, heir to the throne of Asgard, future ruler of the 9 realms, how did he turn into such a guy? The majesty of a wise monarch couldn't be seen at all, like a fool whose head was caught by the door. But Odin still valued him so much, thinking that he had the potential to become a king. Was the king of Asgard blind? Well, the old man was indeed blinded in one eye. Can you hold on for 6 hours and complete this test alone? Seeing Thor's soul light generating blazing white thunder, Loki's eyes moved slightly and asked in a soft voice. She looked upward. Many people paid close attention to the Sorcerer Supreme battle. If possible, the Princess of Asgard didn't want to reveal her cards. Compared to those contenders, Loki's strength wasn't outstanding but moderate at best. If she wanted to have the last laugh, she had to ensure that she had enough chips in her hand. I'm afraid I can't. Thor didn't hide the fact that he couldn't last long. He wasn't a master, nor had he practiced meditation. His spiritual strength was weak. I can't show my full strength in this place. Without the Stormbreaker, Thor could only rely on the thunder his soul generated, which was tantamount to being severely weakened. Then, what good are you? Loki's face instantly cooled down. If her teammate was useless, what use was forming a team? Facing a steady stream of mind maggots, guarding the magic melting pot and preventing the token from going out, she thought she could do it. But if she could handle it herself, why would she need Thor? Wait. Loki's eyes twinkled, revealing a hint of slyness. She looked at Thor, who flashed thunder and lightning, and seemed to think of something. Brother, I need you to hold on a little longer. Hiss. Thor, who had been standing in front of Loki and trying to clear the swarm, drew in a breath of cold air as if his body had been electrified, and his bones were partially frozen. He had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. His charming and beautiful sister called himself brother in a sweet voice. It was simply irresistible. "Loki, why are you suddenly?" Thor stammered, his steps drifting a bit. "Is it strange? Or is it that you don't like this attitude, brother? It's not my intention to be so indifferent to you. Actually." Loki's tone was extremely gentle, trying to imagine Thor's innocent face as her mother, Frigga. "I understand." Thor waved his hand and seriously said, "Loki, don't worry, I'll help you pass the test successfully." He felt his body was full of power. His spirit was so full that his soul became even more solid, bursting with dazzling thunder and lightning. The bright white glow faintly outlined the silhouette of an axe, slowly appearing. Boom! Thor was like a god descending from heaven, holding his battle axe and rushing into the swarm. The violent light blasted into the ground, sweeping out a large empty space. Was this the rise of a simp? Ah no, Siscon. Luke, who was still in the bar with no doors, watched the live stream and was overwhelmed with emotions. Loki just casually said a few words, and Thor, the god of thunder, was full of energy. This was the real version of using love to generate electricity. "That fool is hopeless," Rocket commented. In his view, Loki was a bad woman through and through who only used Thor, squeezed out the value, and then would kick him to the curb. The latter was engrossed in it and couldn't get out of it. "Let's see what happened to Strange." Luke rubbed his hands together, wondering if he would have a chance to take action in the entrance competition this time. In theory, Strange should be able to deal with those mind maggots. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. By the flames of the Fulton. By the icy tendrils of Ixhalan. Strange's mouth popped up one-dimensional god's name after another, borrowing their power to cast one spell after another. As said before, he had no other strengths but an excellent memory. Any magic book that he had read or a spell he had learned, as long as he had memorized it once and read it once, it would be firmly imprinted in his head. In other words, Strange was a walking encyclopedia of magic and a ruthless mantra machine. The pure white light enveloped his soul and blessed him. The powerful white magic, like the fire from a turret, covered the surrounding space. Those mind maggots that could eat the mind and melt the will were instantly blown away and turned into vapor. Only a few moments later, they would reappear and swarm wildly in the direction of the magic furnace. Strange's soul was getting weaker and weaker. He felt his body was being emptied, and his uncontrolled spell casting consumed a lot of his spirit. Simply put, the MP bar was almost empty. "Do I need to summon Superman?" Strange hesitated in his heart. He felt a little overwhelmed, thinking that there were too many maggots. The situation was too intense. Ordinary masters couldn't resist at all. At this level, he didn't know how many participants would be eliminated. By the mind curse of Cyttorak. Strange gradually retreated. The burning magic furnace was already surrounded by maggots. His hands were folded, and his soul shone with crimson light. His eyes suddenly became empty, as if lost color. "That's a great move." Luke, who had been on the sidelines, raised his lips and smiled. He was going to answer the call and appear in person. Unexpectedly, Strange came up with a magical solution. He used Cyttorak's spell to close his mind and turn himself into a fool. In this way, he could avoid being influenced by mind maggots, and his spirit wouldn't be violated. But how will he stop the furnace from going out? Rocket picks his nose. He wasn't interested in Sorcerer Supreme battle, but he was happy enough to gamble. Strange's popularity is very low, and no one is optimistic about him. So, if he could hang in there and not get eliminated, I can make a lot of money. In any event, as long as there are winners, losers, and scores, bets and gambling tables would be opened. What's more, the Grandmaster, a man who had always loved gambling, was an old gambling addict. Which are the most popular ones right now? Luke asked curiously. Let's see, the number one hit is Blackheart, Mephisto's son. A devil from hell also wants to be Sorcerer Supreme. This is a rare thing. Rocket laughed. It was quite generous of the Vishanti not to kill him with a bolt of lightning. Who knows? Vishanti's opinion is important, but the threshold is also one of the judging criteria. Luke shrugged his shoulders and whispered, if Mephisto's heir really succeeds in reaching the end, no one can say for sure. There are many Sorcerer Supremes in parallel universes, Iron Man and Loki and Dr. Voodoo, all of whom took the job for a while. If the Vishanti were in a good mood, they might just let the Black Heart succeed in his bid provided that he passes the test. The second place candidate is a hot chick named Ilyana Rasputina, nicknamed Magic. Also from hell. Rocket held a thin notebook and told him about the popularity ranking on the forum. Dr. Voodoo, Loki, Mordo, Kesalius. I can't see Stephen Strange's name at all. Luke shook his head and smiled, that's really sad. Little rabbit, believe me, you can definitely make money by betting on Strange with all your little coffers. You mean to bet on him for all 3 matches? How is that possible? Rocket didn't believe it, and despite Superman's guarantee, he was still a bit skeptical. After all, no matter how powerful the contractor was, it depended on the strength of the combatants themselves. If Strange was eliminated, Luke couldn't come in. Just a friendly reminder, I don't want you to miss out on an opportunity to make a fortune. Luke curled his lips and spoke with ease. Okay, I'll believe you this once. Rocket gritted his teeth and decided to bet it all. If he won, it would be a villa by the sea. If he lost, he could go down into the sea himself. This seemingly backward planet seemed to have many ignorant women who like to spoil their cute pets. Strange, who was still in the competition, had no idea that his friends were betting. He poured out his soul's light with all his might. The dazzling colors of red and white mixed and suddenly pressed over the magic furnace. Those screaming mind maggots crowded like crazy. Like a hungry ghost seeing delicious food or a perverted man seeing a woman's flesh. Endless mind maggots engulfed Strange as if they were going to eat him. Such determination. Luke, outside the venue, clapped his hands and didn't look like he felt pity like the others. It's stable. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 299. Chapter 296. Masters are like grass, beloved clients' debts. Stable. Why do I feel like he's going to die? Rocket stared at the projected picture on the screen. Strange fell to his knees and supported himself with both hands, showing a painful expression on his face. The ferocious insects that came in waves seemed to be stimulated. They threw away the brightly lit magical furnace and went crazy trying to squeeze it into his brain. Mind maggots weren't entities but creatures exclusive to the dream dimension. They swarmed into Strange's soul in groups, intending to eat the other's active thinking and melt his firm will. Any master, faced with such a dangerous situation, would have no other way but throw in the towel and leave the arena. After all, surrendering could still save their lives. But if they kept going, their whole soul would be eaten by mind maggots. What are you worried about? Strange is an idiot now. Luke shrugged his shoulders and lightly said so. Rocket Raccoon was taken aback for a moment and then reacted after a while. Strange used himself as bait to attract those mind maggots. He had long imposed Cytoric's spell on himself, shutting down his own mind. Those swarming maggots couldn't eat anything, but they were trapped in the head of the human master. I didn't see that this mustache master was quite capable. But what would he do next? Rocket was impressed by Strange's bravery. So many disgusting maggots crowded in his brain, twittering and screeching, others may not be able to stand it. What's more, they were dangerous creatures like mind maggots. If he wasn't careful, the possibility of being turned over was extremely high. For a former neurosurgeon, this is a small thing. Luke leaned against the chair. He was ready for the stage, but he didn't expect the other party to come up with another trick. They could cut a patient's head for surgery, and at the same time, they could discuss what to eat for dinner and what music they like to listen to. Rocket scratched his head. He didn't know much about a doctor's profession. Pilots, pirates, space pirates, raiders, jailbreakers. These were the areas of expertise that he was good at. Little rabbit, did you know that there's an Earth joke? Someone's computer was infected with a virus, and he planned to starve it to death by shutting it down for a long time. Luke withdrew his eyes from the screen and answered Rocket Raccoon's last question. If he was right, Strange was probably planning to use this ridiculous-sounding solution to the mind maggots in his head. In fact, it was feasible. Because those disgusting maggots could only eat active thoughts. They had no interest in any nerve cells, brain, spinal cord, and couldn't hurt the corresponding organs and tissues. And without food for a long time, they would soon starve to death. They turn into a cloud of nothingness and merge into the soul. Most of the creatures in the dream dimension were like this. Is there such a thing? Rocket Raccoon's eyes widened, indicating an increase in bizarre knowledge. He refocused his attention on the big screen and found that many eye-like spots and sores grew on Strange's face, which looked extremely frightening. What's going on here? Rocket got a fright, and all his fur stood up. Strange's appearance, without makeup, could be a villain in a horror movie. The suffering face was full of eyeballs, which seemed to scream with anger and wanted to break free. Don't make a fuss. It's an after effect of the mind maggot infesting the soul, and it will heal in a few days. As Comataj's fastest graduating high-ranking master in history, Luke had a little knowledge of magic and could see Strange's situation at a glance. Compared with this, Stephen should be more worried about the heavy price caused by excessive casting. Those maggots were desperately biting, trying to escape from the human soul that had become a cage. But Strange was indifferent, digesting them while generating out a dazzling light. Those remnants of mind maggots were attached to his soul and turned into scary spots and sores. But this wasn't the worst. Later, when he returned, it was the bills incurred now that would cause headaches. In addition to the contracted Vishanti, Strange also summoned Valtor, a demon god of vapor, in the form of a grey serpent clad in scaly armor. Ixhalan, the demon of stagnation, often appearing in the image of an ice giant. And Cytorak, lord of oblivion, whom the masters of the mystic arts often borrowed powers from. Considering that most of them were white magic, the problem shouldn't be too big. At most, it was a gastric ulcer, gastric perforation, nervous tinnitus, long-term insomnia, and other diseases, which weren't life-threatening. Fortunately, I believe in science. Being a master is terrible. When Rocket saw the horror on Strange, he couldn't help shrinking his neck and continued reading the forum. That's why so many people want to become Sorcerer Supreme. Luke spread out his hand. Those dimensional demons are like different banks, with different interest rates, repayment schedules, and collection methods. Low rank, middle rank and high rank masters are the lowest levels of exploitation because they have no choice but to pay the price with their lives, limbs, and souls. After becoming a legendary mage, you would have certain bargaining power. You can sign a contract with a dimensional demon with more suitable and lesser conditions. For example, being an envoy, developing a downline to bring in more people, and so on. It may sound like some kind of large-scale illegal sales promotion, but that's essentially what it is, no difference. However, to be a legendary mage doesn't mean that you can rest easy and spend freely. They still run the risk of being fired or of being cut down like grass. Moreover, because the contract is too deep, once facing bankruptcy, the legendary master's body, together with their soul, and all their assets would be taken away by the dimensional demon bank. After all, in their eyes, legendary masters always appear every few decades and hundreds of years, which could be regarded as high-quality customers at most, rather than rare resources. In this way, only when you become the Sorcerer Supreme, get the protection of the Vishanti, and take the corresponding responsibility can you become the father of the beloved client of each bank. For example, the Ancient One has accumulated so many loan invoices from the dimensional demon gods that the interest rates have been snowballing, and it's hard to count. But he is living very well. That's because his background is strong enough. They are Hoggoth, Oshcha, and Agamotto. The banks could only continue to lend money and cut other people's grass with tears at the same time because in the face of the Sorcerer Supreme, violent collection and enforcement are useless. Rocket didn't understand. When he looked at the master in the bar with no doors, he only felt that they were like green grass. With 3 hours left, Strange should have passed the test. According to Luke's judgment, while attracting mind maggots, the other party drained the potential in his body. He had no problem holding on for another 3 hours. On Loki's side, Thor, who generated electricity for love and his fighting spirit, turned into Asgard's #1 macho man as if he had taken a Hercules pill and easily swept away the swarms of maggots. Obviously, a tower defense game couldn't be played without double mowing. This made Loki, who was originally ranked in the middle, rise all the way, especially in terms of popularity. All the values floated up like the stock market before the economic bubble. This Asgard sibling duo was a dark horse that rose to prominence. Directly to the top 3, squeezing out the mediocre performance from Dr. Voodoo. I think I'd be more comfortable betting on the evil woman. She and Thor are already popular contestants. Rocket was a little distressed. Strange's popularity was so low that he couldn't even be considered a seeded player. This wave of seeded players might really make him go bankrupt and have to drown himself to pay his debts. Don't worry. It's a surefire deal that won't lose money. Luke was full of confidence. With him playing in the second qualifying round, he would definitely make it through. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 300, Chapter 297 Limbo, shoot first. The next match gradually entered a fierce and intense stage. The main point was that each participant should show their ability to cope with the surging mind maggots. There weren't many masters who could successfully pass the test. In the first 2 hours, the number of people who failed, surrendered, and withdrew was spread out. After waiting for 4 hours, most of the participants were holding on to their last hope. They extinguished the magic furnace one after another, crushed the tokens, and got out of the dream dimension. Those people were very rational and understood that risking their lives to fight for a position with little hope wasn't worthwhile. Of course, there were also a few more aggressive gamblers. They didn't realize their regrets until the mind maggots swallowed them up, ate their active thinking, and turned their full soul into an empty shell. At that time, it was too late. 5 hours passed, and less than half of the original 42 participants were left. It continued for 6 hours until the second hand on the clock jumped to the last bar. Token in the magic furnace suddenly shattered and turned into a transmission portal with magnetic pulling-like power. It enveloped the exhausted or helpless participants and took them out of the dream dimension in an instant. It was over. 16 participants finally passed the test. Strange was one of them. "How much did you earn?" Luke didn't rush to congratulate but looked at the dancing and yelling Rocket. "I can buy a brand new ship. I'm so rich, I love this battle." Rocket jumped on the table and twisted his body like a seizure victim. This thrilling match was undoubtedly a gamble's favorite. Especially when they become winners. The pleasure it brought was simply unparalleled. Nobody else had paid attention to Strange. Many people didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the entry match and qualify for the next match. Rocket Raccoon's trust in him had been rewarded handsomely. "Do you want me to give you half?" This guy was very friendly and offered to share. Although that fluffy little face was full of reluctance. "Forget it. I don't need it." Luke waved his hand. When he returned to Earth 1024, the credit currency jointly issued by the three empires of the galaxy was of little use. Besides, when the time came, he could find someone to squeeze money out of. Compared to getting something for nothing, Superman preferred to do it himself. 10 minutes later, Strange, who had finished his rest, came to the bar with no doors. This became their temporary base. Monaco, the old bartender, had no opinion but was happy to welcome him, as long as he had a drink and remembered to pay the bill. "Stay away from me." Before Strange entered, he was unanimously rejected by Luke and Rocket. In his soul, there were many undigested mind maggots. This caused his flesh to smell rotten like it hadn't been bathed in months and consumed canned herring daily. This made people want to avoid it. "I finally won with difficulty. You aren't going to congratulate me, but show me disgust." Strange was a little hurt. Actually, he couldn't wait to come over and share the joy. "We have seen your courage and means through the live broadcast." Luke covered his nose and pulled his seat farther away. "The next game is in 3 days, can you recover by then?" For the sake of making money, Rocket's attitude towards Strange was much better than before. "Just barely." Strange wasn't so sure. The painful stomach perforation had begun to torment him due to the excessive spell casting in the dream dimension. Not to mention the beer that Rocket handed over, even drinking a mouthful of water or moving a few times would cause sharp pain, like a knife, burning in his abdomen. "In the second game, just let me handle it." Luke smiled. When a Gold King took up this silver match for him, would it still be overturned? The group of people stayed in the bar to chat, and before long, Loki and Thor also walked through a portal. Seeing Luke and others, the latter didn't take the initiative to come over but sat down with his sister at the bar. Hoes before bros. Rocket was indignant. He couldn't figure out why Thor was so obsessed with that nasty woman. Like Quill, his attention is completely drawn to the presence of a female creature. Luke didn't care about this little thing. Loki obviously had something to hide from Thor. Otherwise, why else would the Princess of Asgard participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle? I have a feeling that the plot will enter a violent phase, through a small incident, leading to greater trouble. Luke had some kind of intuition, perhaps an all-father's keen sense of danger. But, in this universe, only the Ancient One, Odin, could threaten me. I am not some elementary school student from an island country or a human-shaped disaster generator that wherever I go, disaster follows. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky as to run into the opening of some big event. Hey, that chick, isn't she the second favorite participant in the Sorcerer Supreme battle? Luke was thinking about how to avoid more trouble when Rocket poked him on the shoulder. Looking along the other's line of sight, two long legs wrapped in thin black silk came into view. Continuing up, there were tight leather pants and a flat, exposed waist and abdomen. After that, there was the eye-catching rounded arc. Magic, Ilyana Rasputina. Luke raised an eyebrow and called out the name of the other party. Magic, who was standing at the door, seemed to have heard it. Her long hair slightly swung as she looked to this side. Wow, you see. She's coming over to me. Strange, who was also concerned, lowered his voice and said so. As one of the participants in the battle, he rightly thought that the other side was coming for him. Save it. What girl would talk to a guy who smells this bad? Rocket rolled his eyes, mercilessly bursting Strange's beautiful fantasy. And indeed, Magic walked by, subconsciously frowning slightly, avoiding the smelly Strange and going around to Luke's side. Can I buy you a drink? Magic smiled, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She was originally a mutant, Colossus's sister. At the age of 6, Belasco kidnapped her and brought her to Limbo, a strange space near the dimension of hell. Magic learned dark magic there and became a young witch. Like Selene, the Black Queen, she not only possessed great magical power but also unlocked her mutant talents. She was able to perform group transmissions, but the accuracy needed to be improved. Moreover, she could turn into a demon. After wearing magic armor, horns, hooves, tails, and scales would grow, and at the same time, spell resistance and physical fitness would be greatly improved. In addition, Magic had an exclusive soul blade that had fatal effects on magical creatures. With her excellent talent and learning ability, she killed the monster who took herself to Limbo and ruled the area. Considering various factors, it was normal for Magic to become a popular player in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Who can refuse a beautiful lady's kindness? If possible, I'd like a martini. Luke leaned back in his seat. He vaguely smelled the scent of sulfur and magma. As he could guess, the other party just came from the border of hell. Okay. Magic turned away on her long legs and brought 2 glasses of alcohol to the table a few moments later. Are you a master? She asked. Sort of. Luke took a sip. The spicy taste of the martini went straight down his throat and lifted his spirits. You don't look like you're from Kamatage. You're strong, but you're not so old-fashioned and serious. Magic was leaning against the wall, showing beautiful curves. While speaking, she also reached out and squeezed Luke's arm, and her provocative attitude was self-evident. I'm a lordless master. Luke explained. He had been to Kamatage, also had been to the library, and read the Book of the Vishanti. However, as long as the contract hadn't been signed, he wasn't considered a follower of Vishanti. A rare species. There aren't many lordless masters nowadays, most of them are weak, and without a source of power, they can't even enter the halls of magic. Magic seemed more interested and took the initiative to lean over. The warm and soft charming body was about to squeeze into Luke's arms. This scene almost made Strange's eyes glare out. With a hiss of cold air, he felt his abdomen hurt even more. In those days, Strange was also a prodigal son, with witty conversation skills and full of charm. But now, those energetic, beautiful young girls didn't even look at him. It was really embarrassing. "What can I do for you? I don't think the Queen of Limbo would throw herself at me just after we met." Luke looked calm and unmoved. "I think you're a good person to talk to." Magic licked her lips as if she had come across some delicious snack. "Do you mean at the mental level or at the physical level?" Luke was a little surprised. Was the atmosphere in Limbo so open? Within 20 minutes of the meeting, she began to think about in-depth communication. "You can try the latter and experience the former first." After drinking that glass of wine, Magic pulled out a room card from nowhere and gently stuffed it into Luke's pocket. "If you have time, might as well come to my room to discuss it." She blinked like a drifting cloud and disappeared as abruptly as she came. "That, teacher. I want to learn this." Strange was dumbfounded. Before he could understand what had happened, it was over. He didn't know how Superman did it, but it was much more effective than any magic. "I'm sorry, I have to leave for a few hours." Luke pinched the room card, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he straightened his clothes and got up. No matter what Magic's purpose was, no matter whether there were traps or not. What he was best at was, shoot first, ask questions later.